Present.
Trustee Basquette,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson,
Present.
all present.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce the non-voting member at the table, Ms. Jazz Parks, Superintendent of Ann Arbor Public Schools.
Thank you. Good evening.
And that brings us down to the land acknowledgement statement. Would you like to do the honors?
Yes, I'd be honored to. Thank you. Bonjour, Don Indigenous, Ninda Bindagos, Little River Band of Ottawa. Hello, my name is Don Wilkerson. I'm from the Little River Band of Ottawa Indians, and I'm proud to read the land acknowledgement tonight. We acknowledge that the Ann Arbor Public Schools District occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabeg Three Fires Confederacy, the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi. The taking of this land was formalized in a process alien to Native cultures by the Treaty of Detroit in 1807. The Ann Arbor Public Schools recognizes that many other Native peoples lived on this land at different times, including the Fox, Sauk, Shawnee, Kickapoo, Miami, Muscatoon, and Cherokee, many of whom were forcibly removed from their homelands. Acknowledgement by itself is a small gesture and does not exist in the past or solely in a historical context. Colonialism is a current ongoing process, and we understand our responsibility in educating students about our participation. We further recognize the ongoing relationship and dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. It is our responsibility to care for this land, and we honor with our deepest gratitude the Native people who have and will continue to steward it for generations. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson. That brings us down to number 2, the oaths of office for elected trustees. We will administer the oaths of office for our newly elected trustees. Ms. Ozinski, would you please administer the oaths of office?
Yes, if I could have our newly elected trustees, Feaster, Wilkerson, Wilkins, and Wilkes, please go to the center of the room. And you will
Come on, show them.
absolutely, right in front of the screen, so we can catch you on the mic there. Thank you so much. And if you'd raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of member of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education
of the office of member of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
We will now move forward with the election of officers. Trustees, I would like to review the nomination and voting process before we begin. Nomination for officers. Trustees may self-nominate, or a nomination may be offered from another trustee. Nominations may be offered prior to the meeting or during the time designated for nominations of that officer. Nominations will be opened and closed individually for each officer position, and the board will vote immediately following the close of nomination for that position. Nomination statements. Once nominations are closed, nominees may make brief statements. Voting for officers. Voting will occur using a paper ballot. Each trustee will receive a paper ballot for each officer position and will write their own name and the name of their selected nominee on the ballot. The ballot will be collected and read aloud by Ms. Ozinski, stating the name of the trustee voting and the trustee for whom they are voting. If there are more than 2 nominations and no trustee has received a majority of the votes of each elected board member, then the nominee with the least number of votes who is not tied with any other member shall not continue into the next round. Election of officers. Voting shall continue until one nominee receives the required number of votes the majority of the elected board members, 4 votes, administering the oath of office. Following the vote for all of the officer positions, president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, Ms. Ozinski will administer the oath of office. Break and continue in the meeting. Following the oath of office, the board will take a short break, and the elected board president and vice president will take their seats at that time, with the elected president presiding for the remainder of the meeting. Are there any questions? I now open the floor for the nomination for president. Ms. Ozinski, have you received any nomination for president?
I received one self-nomination. Trustee Feaster, self-nominated for the office of president.
Thank you.
Are there any other nominations?
Are there any other nominations, trustees? Seeing none, I now close nominations.
We can proceed with the vote on paper ballot. And you will notice that your name, trustees' names are on the paper ballot, so you don't have to write your name on it. You're also going to receive a packet that includes many copies, many rounds. So obviously, you'll use round 1. And then Andrew will come around and pick up your ballots when they're ready.
You want them folded? Thank you.
So we now move to elect the board president.
Okay.
Ms. Ozinski, please read the ballots.
Trustee Wilkins votes for Feaster. Trustee Wilkes votes for Feaster. Trustee Basquette votes for Feaster. Trustee Schmidt votes for Feaster. Trustee Muhammad votes for Feaster. Trustee Wilkerson votes for Feaster. Trustee Feaster votes for Feaster. President Feaster is elected the board president for the Ann Arbor Public Schools 2025. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we'll do the oath for the officers at the end of all the elections.
Okay. All right, so I now open the floor for nominations for vice president. Ms. Ozinski, have you received any nominations for vice president?
I have received 2 self-nominations, Trustee Muhammad and Trustee Schmidt.
Okay. So there have been 2 nominations for vice president. Are there any other nominations for vice president? I repeat, are there any other nominations for vice president? Hearing none, I now close nominations for vice president. Would you please distribute the ballots at your leisure, Mr. Cluley? I'm sorry.
So can we, if we have some words to share?
To make a statement
think-
before we vote?
I thought we could make a
Yes,
statement.
I believe so.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Would you like to go first? Or either of you? Okay. No, neither candidate has elected to make a statement. So please, Mr. Cluley. You again?
For Vice President, Trustee Muhammad votes for Muhammad. Trustee Wilkins votes for Muhammad. Trustee Wilkes votes for Schmidt. Trustee Wilkerson votes for Schmidt. Trustee Feaster votes for Mohammed. Trustee Basquette votes for Schmidt. And Trustee Schmidt votes for Schmidt. Trustee Schmidt is Vice President. Congratulations.
Congratulations. That now brings us down to the nomination for secretary. I now open the floor for nomination for secretary. Ms. Ozinski, have you received any nomination for the office of secretary?
I have 2 self-nominations, Trustee Wilkes and Trustee Wilkins.
All right, there have been 2 nominations for secretary. Are there any other nominations for the office of? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I now close the nominations for secretary. Would either of you like to make a statement? Please, Trustee Wilkins.
Can I withdraw my self-nomination, knowing that someone else has interest?
I think that's appropriate. Ms. Ozinski, is that appropriate?
That would be fine.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. So there's only one candidate now for the office of secretary. Would you like to make a statement of any type?
I think that was very gracious of Trustee Wilkins, and I do look forward to serving if I'm elected.
Thank you, Trustee. Mr. Cluley, please. Thank you. Sir? We now move to elect the secretary. Ms. Ozinski, would you please read the ballots?
For the office of secretary, Trustee Wilkes votes for Wilkes. Trustee Mohammed votes for Wilkes. Trustee Wilkins votes for Wilkes. Trustee Basquette votes for Wilkes. Trustee Schmidt votes for Wilkes. Trustee Wilkerson votes for Wilkes. And Trustee Feaster votes for Wilkes. Trustee Wilkes, you are the Secretary of the Board of Education. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Trustee.
Thank you.
I now open the floor for nomination for the office of treasurer. Ms. Ozinski, have we received any nominations for treasurer?
I have received no nominations.
May I please?
I saw Trustee Schmidt. I see you have a comment, please.
I'd be honored to nominate Don Wilkerson as a candidate for our board treasurer.
Thank you.
I too would like to nominate Trustee Wilkerson.
Okay. Trustee Wilkerson, do you accept that nomination?
I do.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the office of treasurer? Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, the nominations are now closed. Would you like to make any type of statement?
Sure, yeah, I'll make a quick one. I just want to say I'm honored to be nominated to be treasurer. I want to fulfill the duties of this office. I want to bring stability to the district, and I look forward to collaborating with teachers, with the union, with administrators, and really helping to move this district forward with objectivity and openness and transparency.
Thank you, Trustee. Well said, and with that said, Mr. Cluley, please. Sir. Sir. We now move to elect the office of treasurer. Ms. Ozinski, would you please read the ballot?
For the office of treasurer, Trustee Muhammad votes for Wilkerson. Trustee Wilkes votes for Wilkerson. Trustee Basquette votes for Wilkerson. Trustee Schmidt votes for Wilkerson. Trustee Wilkerson votes for Wilkerson. Trustee Feaster votes for Wilkerson. And Trustee Wilkins votes for Wilkerson. Trustee Wilkerson, you are treasurer of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Ed. Congratulations.
Thank you. I believe that concludes the election of officers. Ms. Ozinski, would you like us to come to the front to do the...
We could do this right at your seat. If you, the Trustee Wilkerson, Trustee Wilkes, Trustee Schmidt, and Trustee Feaster, raise your right hand, and you will repeat after me, and when it comes to the office, you just say your office name, right?
Yeah.
So, I, your name,
Portia Feast,
Don Wilkerson.
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will abide by the bylaws, rules, and regulations
that I will abide by the bylaws, rules, and regulations
of my office as,
of my office as president
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations all.
All right, I believe that brings us down to number 5, and I think we're taking a 5-minute break. All right, so we'll be back at 7:26. Thank you. I now recall this meeting to order. It's 7:29 p.m. I believe that brings us down to number 6, appointment of a parliamentarian. Ms. Ozinski, have you received any interest from trustees to serve as parliamentarian?
I have received no interest in parliamentarian.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any trustees interested in serving as parliamentarian? Trustee Basket?
President Feaster, as you know, I've served as parliamentarian and I have appreciated the service. I will step up if no other trustee wants to step up. I think it's a great opportunity, especially for our new trustees, to get involved and lead. So I would support anyone coming forward.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Wilkins?
I am interested in serving, but I'll have a lot to learn. So with that caveat, there's interest and passion there, but a learning curve, which I'm willing to tackle.
Thank you. Let's go Trustee Wilkes and then Trustee Basket.
Well, with that caveat from Trustee Wilkins, I would like to nominate Trustee Wilkins.
Thank you. Trustee Basket?
I support that nomination, and Trustee Wilkins, you are not alone. Do not worry. We're all learning, and we will learn collectively as a board. So we got you.
Okay. Well, if there's no one else that's interested and you're willing to do it, we're willing to help you as best we can. I believe I just make the appointment, if I'm not mistaken. So you are now appointed parliamentarian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is number 7, committee assignments. Obviously, I believe everyone received the survey for their interest in committee assignments. I believe we have received some responses from that. I have not yet received those responses, and so given that, I will not be making committee assignments today. I will review those requests by trustees, and at our February 12th meeting, I will at that point make committee assignments. Is there any questions? Okay. And that also goes for administrative committees and for board designated representatives. So I guess that brings us down to number 9. Right. We now move on to public commentary. As a reminder, the public is welcome to sign up to speak to the board during this time, but are limited to no more than 4 minutes per person with 30 minutes total. Trustees will listen carefully to comments, but will not engage in discussion during this public commentary time. Ms. Ozinski, do we have anyone sign up for public commentary?
We do. We have 174 signed up for public commentary tonight.
All right. 174 by 30 comes out as what?
It's like 10 seconds.
Okay. Well, given that this was listed as an organizational meeting and we should be giving everyone 30 minutes, I believe it was also listed as a / regular meeting,
Yes,
and that gives 45 minutes?
correct.
Okay, well then let's do that then. Let's treat this as a regular meeting to give people a little bit more time. How much time would that give everybody?
16 seconds.
Well, let's do what we can do. All right. Ms. Ozinski, please start public commentary.
And away we go. 1 second. I'll read the first several names. If you're in the audience, please just come on to the podium. Maria Pinson, followed by Katie Sims, then Vincent Chen. Maria Pinson writes. Just a moment, please. There we go. Okay. If we could get started, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Each year we watch the district make decisions to close school due to the weather. In the past 2 months alone, schools were closed for 1 inch of snow, which promptly melted. Rationale for closure: outer districts' neighborhood roads were not plowed or safe. And cold temperatures, including a preemptive closure 2 days in advance for a forecast of 15 degrees Fahrenheit. I will also note for the public that all of these comments in their entirety are posted on board docs. Katie Sims, followed by Vincent Chen, then Sarah Schreiber. Katie writes, you didn't engage with the community and it shows. The land was treated as open and up for grabs by your development team, and it is not. Thurston is much more than a building, it's an entire ecosystem. The design process was described as from the inside out, and your understanding of what the outside means to our community is incomplete. Vincent Chen, Sarah Schreiber, Cynthia Ransley. Vincent writes, Thurston is one of the largest elementary schools in the district with many different groups of young students to teach and keep safe on a daily basis. We've heard from parents, from teachers, from families of kids with learning accommodations, from recess monitors, and from neighbors. Moving a school right next to a pond is short-sighted. Sarah Schreiber, Cynthia Ransley, Stefan Arambasic. Sarah writes, you didn't engage with the community and it shows. The land was treated as open and up for grabs by your development team, and it is not. Thurston is much more than a building, it's an entire ecosystem. The design process was described as from the inside out, and your understanding of what the outside means to our community is incomplete. Cynthia Ransley, Stefan Arambasic, Esther Patrick. Cynthia writes, I'm writing in support of Let Thurston Play community organization and as a current member of the Orchard Hills Athletic Club Board. Our community will be deeply and negatively impacted by the current construction plans, and the impact will be felt long after the new Thurston is built. Now is the time for a thoughtful revision and serious consideration. Stefan Arambasic, followed by Esther Patrick, Daniel Arini. Stefan writes, I am urging the Board of Education to make a better site plan for the Thurston Elementary School. Our city voted for this bond. Our community is paying for this bond. We deserve a project that is representative of our values and concerns. You shut us out of the planning process, which went against best practices and the promises of the bond. Esther Patrick, Daniel Arini, Denise Tangwe. Esther writes, I am writing to express my concerns about the proposed construction for Thurston Elementary School, particularly regarding the relocation of the play area and the proximity of new construction to the Thurston Pond. The current play area, located behind the building and away from traffic, provides a safe and secure environment for children during recess. Daniel Arini, Denise Tangwe, Penelope Moscas. Daniel writes, I am urging the Board of Education to make a better site plan for the Thurston Elementary School. Our city voted for this bond. Our community is paying for the bond. We deserve a project that is representative of our values and concerns. Should the plan for Thurston move forward in its current state, what lessons would you teach our kids? Denise Tangwe, Penelope Moscas, Ben Higdon. Denise writes, please listen openly. I am urging the Board of Education to make a better site plan for the Thurston Elementary School. Our city voted for this bond. Our community is paying for this bond. We deserve a project that is representative of our values and concerns. You shut us out of the planning process, which went against the best practices and the promises of the bond. Penelope Moscas, Ben Higdon, Carly Marable. Penelope writes, Thurston Elementary plans. The local outrage related to the current plan to move Thurston Elementary School is evidenced by public comments at BOE meetings, written comments, yard signs, online postings, Nextdoor, Facebook, etc., and even the creation of a website dedicated to sharing information about the plans. Ben Higdon, Carly Marable, Jeremy Bricker. Ben writes, the Thurston Nature Center is a treasure for the community, and especially for the fortunate students whose learning and growth benefit from it. Oak savannas were a key part of our area's ecological history. Who can name where another example can be seen? The careless design process that led to the current plan needs to be revised. Carly Marable, Jeremy Bricker, Marcy Hires. Carly writes, the proposed area for the new building has experienced issues of flooding for years. The reassurance that it's all due to the surface water does not line up with what our community knows about the area. City records or previous surveys. The current placement of the building was chosen for good reason. Jeremy Bricker, Marcy Hires, Estelle Chiari. Jeremy writes, by increasing asphalt area at the expense of green space, the Thurston construction plan runs counter to A2's goal of carbon neutrality, as it will encourage more parents to drive their kids to school instead of walking, biking, or busing. Increasing asphalt area has been shown to cause demand. Marcy Hires, Estelle Chiari, Amy Uphughes. Marcy writes, I'm writing to ask new and old board members to push pause on the Thurston construction plans. As a voter who approved this bond, who lives on a street backing up to Thurston, who daily enjoys Thurston Nature Center, and who was involved in volunteer at Thurston, I find it remarkable that the APS board did not properly engage the Thurston community. Estelle Chiari, Amy Uphughes, Kate Curry. Estelle writes, the Thurston Nature Center has seen countless hours from volunteers of many ages and backgrounds. The board giving all power to construction company with no check or input from the community has put all of this work in jeopardy. APS is tooting its horn about being ecologically friendly and caring for the environment. Amy Uphughes, Kate Curry, Christine Tavegia. Amy writes, Thurston Elementary construction. The current construction plan is totally unacceptable. There is no reason to tear down any part or risk the wonderful, unique resources of the neighboring Thurston Nature Center. There is an alternative solution available to stage our children at the new Logan building, allowing for the use of existing. Kate Curry, Christine Tavegia, David Hutchinson. Kate Curry writes, the Board of Education must create a better site plan for Thurston Elementary. This community supported the bond, yet you failed to engage with us in developing the plan, and it shows. Decisions were made without input from those most effective, disregarding both best practices and your commitments during the bond proposal. Christine Tavegia. David Hutchinson.
Ms. Tavegia is at home sick.
Okay, thank you. David Hutchinson.
Thank you. I'm here for the Thurston Nature Center. First, I want to say bless you all for being willing to take on these thankless jobs. First of all, you got to pay the teachers. Second of all, you got to take care of Mitchell. But that doesn't mean you don't also have to take care of Thurston. You really have to. Thank you.
So, thank you. Sophia Zhu, Stacy Ebron, Sarah Devereaux. Sophia writes, as a tax-paying A2 resident, I'm urging the Board of Education to make a better site plan for the Thurston Elementary School. Our city voted for this bond. Our community is paying for the bond. We deserve a project that is representative of our values and concerns. You shut us out of the planning process, which went against best practices and promises of the bond. Stacy Ebron.
Did you know that in 2016, Black students were suspended at a rate 4 times higher than white students? What is the rate now? We don't know because the district will not release the data to the public. And our parents, is it okay with you that only 21% of Black students show proficiency in 3rd grade reading and math? And our school parents, intent on racial equity, is here urging the school board to require the district to publish a racial equity scorecard now.
Sarah Devereaux, Leah Rose, then Sarah Thompson. Sarah writes, there is a rumor going around that Let the Thurston Play group that opposes the construction plan for New Thurston is solely a group of neighbors with no parents or staff participating. This is false. We have many parents and teachers participating, including myself. So just to be clear, I am a current Thurston parent and I vehemently oppose the construction plan. Leah Rose, Sarah Thompson, Catherine Rising. Leah writes, I'm a Clegg parent who lives within walking distance of Thurston. I'm strongly opposed to the current site plan for Thurston and the destruction of green spaces that are used by our entire community. Clegg is losing several outdoor areas with the new Logan construction. We need to preserve whatever we can for outdoor recreation. Sarah Thompson, Catherine Rising, Hannah Fox. Sarah writes, nobody pays teachers what they are worth, but you should at least pay them what they were promised. I currently work at Thurston and live within walking distance of all 3 neighborhood schools, and for the safety, health, and well-being of all students and staff, I am opposed to the construction plan that forces us all to have school mere feet away from an active construction site. Catherine Rising, Hannah Fox, Nancy Melzer. Catherine writes, I am urging the Board of Education to make a better plan for the Thurston Elementary School. Our city voted for this bond. Our community is paying for this bond. We deserve a project that is representative of our values and concerns. You shut us out of the planning process, which went against best practices and promises of the bond. Fix your mistake. It's not too late to do the right thing. Hannah Fox, Nancy Melzer, Ann Cox. Hannah writes, for the first time I walked through the Thurston Nature Center, I was with my mom. We'd recently moved to the area, and we were struck by how well cared for the area is. There were paths and places to learn, trees labeled, and the wildlife looked to be thriving. I saw the biggest frog I've ever seen in a gorgeous blue. Nancy Melzer, Ann Cox, Sarah Glinka. Nancy writes, I'm writing to express my views on the proposed Thurston School building and site plan. I'm quite frustrated with the fact that the neighborhood residents, the constituents of the proposal, were not appropriately consulted or informed of the plans the school board was making. If discussions had been held along the way, this would be a much less contentious issue. Ann Cox, Sarah Glinka, Siri Abarguin. Ann writes, I grew up in the Thurston neighborhood and now live across town. I was educated at Thurston, Clegg, and Huron. My children have attended APS, attending Hazley, Forsyth, and Skyline. I believe in the ability of the APS to create high-quality learning environments that enrich students' educational experience. Sarah Glinka, Siri Abarguin, Anita Goldstein. Sarah writes, you didn't engage with the community and it shows. The land was treated as open and up for grabs by your development team, and it is not. Thurston is much more than a building, it's an entire ecosystem. The design process was described as from the inside out, and your understanding of what the outside means to the community is incomplete. Siri Abarguin, Anita Goldstein, Perry Stone Palmquist. Siri writes, I have had the sincere pleasure of having 3 children attend Thurston Elementary in our neighborhood. I have seen children playing soccer, tag, and groundies, building and tending to gardens, and exploring the natural areas on the school grounds. These times outside lead children to have unconstructed yet supervised time and place. Anita Goldstein, Perry Stone Palmquist, Cedric Herman. Anita writes, I urge the board to reconsider the plans for Thurston School, or at least slow the process down. There is such widespread community opposition to the current plan, and it looks like there are good alternatives, if the board is willing to consider them. Ann Arbor has always prided itself on excellence in education. Perry Stone Palmquist, Cedric Herman, Bruce Fulton.
Tonight we join the call of Aspire, urging the school board to require the district to create and publish a racial equity scorecard with measurable goals. Discipline data has not been reported publicly since 2018. Our kids deserve better. This is a best practice to disrupt the school to prison pipeline.
Cedric Herman, Bruce Fulton, Nicole Scott. Cedric writes, I am urging the Board of Education to make a better site plan for the Thurston Elementary School. Our city voted for this bond. Our community is paying for this bond. We deserve a project that is representative of our values and concerns. The planning process went against best practices and the promises of the bond. It's not too late to do the right thing. Bruce Fulton, Nicole Scott, Diane Dyer. Bruce writes, the Ann Arbor Board of Education is facing backlash over plans to disrupt the Thurston Nature Center and Preserve, a 24-acre area designated as a conservation education reserve by the Michigan Department of Natural Resources in 1968. This area, home to diverse ecosystems like the oak hickory woodlot. Nicole Scott, Diane Dyer, Catherine Archibald. Nicole writes, the proposed area for the new building has experienced issues of flooding for years. If New Thurston is built on the floodplain, it will be unmitigated and costly environmental disaster. Taxpayers who funded the bond in good faith, APS families who deserve that a safer elementary school is built. Diane Dyer, Catherine Archibald, Adam Linkner. Diane writes, the Thurston Nature Center is a beneficial educational resource for the entire Ann Arbor Public School District, initiated, created, and maintained with the foresight and voluntary efforts of school parents and neighbors for over 50 years. The current plans to upgrade Thurston School should not go forward at the expense of degrading the critical biological diversity. Catherine Archibald, Adam Linkner, Corrine Perman. Catherine writes, please do not go ahead with your plans to build a new Logan School on the Clegg School grounds, cutting down 200 trees in the process. There needs to be more time to gather community input on the project. The Logan and Clegg communities do not support this plan. This plan is not in line with the land acknowledgement that you do at the beginning of every board meeting. Okay, Adam Linkner, Corrine Perman, Andrea Fulton.
Thank you. I'm speaking today about the arbitrary weather school closings. AAPS guidelines provide that schools are not closed unless the weather hits -20 wind chill. This past Tuesday and Wednesday, the weather is not predicted to hit -20, never hit -20, wasn't even predicted to be close to -20. -14 is cold, but at the same time, we have guidelines, they should be followed, and I do not know why they are not being followed.
Corrine Perman, Andrea Fulton, Nicole Afton. Corrine writes, I'm the mother of 3 AAPS students, all who attend Thurston Elementary, with my youngest currently in 4th grade there. We also live in the neighborhood and frequently utilize the Thurston Nature Center. I'm extremely disturbed by the behavior of the school board in regards to plans to build a new school for Thurston. Andrea Fulton, Nicole Afton, Elizabeth Moorhead. Andrea writes, this is so disrespectful of Ann Arbor's history of parks and recreation excellence, a hallmark of Ann Arbor's legacy of quality of life that is always at the top of anyone's list. Please pause and redirect efforts that preserve the high bar Ann Arbor has set for the world for over 100 years. Nicole Afton, Elizabeth Moorhead, Becky Cato. Nicole writes, I am a kindergarten teacher at Hazley Elementary. I pour my heart and soul into my teaching all day long. I can't be at the board meeting to share my comment in person tonight because I'm babysitting. I have to maintain a secondary income from my babysitting because my teacher salary isn't enough. Especially with the new health insurance plan I had to change this year. Elizabeth Moorhead, Becky Cato, Donna Gatsky. Elizabeth writes, we have been engaged with family with this Ann Arbor School District for 11 years. 4 of those years, I was the chair for the Thurston Nature Center, which is the catalyst for connecting once again. While I am not interested in debating the Thurston project, as one of the board members correctly stated, the district can do what it likes with the district property. Becky Cato, Donna Gatsky, Jeff Gaynor. Becky writes, I am a current Thurston parent. Many parents in our community are in agreement that we need to move forward with the new plan for the new Thurston this spring. Our kids deserve a building that is equipped to meet the needs of the current school population and can best facilitate the learning needs of all students. This is a reasonable plan that demonstrates compromise. Donna Gatsky, Jeff Gaynor, Kristen Sherbarth. Donna writes, please retain the current natural ecosystem found at Thurston, where birds such as great blue herons and red-winged blackbirds are found. Students benefit from being able to study the natural world here. It's what makes the school's identity. The theme is tied with the school building. Few schools I've visited demonstrate such a strong link to the environs. Excuse me. Jeff Gaynor, Kristen Sherbarth, Andrew Vane. Jeff writes, welcome to the 3 new trustees. I wish you the best. For this new board, please show teachers and other frontline staff the respect they so deserve. I urge you to visit schools and classrooms and see the amazing, caring professional work they do on behalf of all of our students. Also, after a year of avoiding important issues, Kirsten Sherbarth, Andrew Vane, Krista Berry. Kristen writes, Thurston Elementary School. I'm a parent to 3 students at Thurston Elementary. I'm asking you, as my elected official, to move forward with the new building as soon as possible. The current plan is a good project and should proceed, as it has taken into account many opinions and valuable time invested. Our kids deserve better facilities. Andrew Vane, Krista Berry, Jared Lyle. Andrew writes, numerous letters documenting significant technical concerns and problems with the proposed new Thurston site have been submitted to the board, city council members, and state legislators. It remains clear that none of these issues have been addressed by Gilbane or any other party in a substantive, satisfactory manner. Krista Berry, Jared Lyle, Mary Mullaney.
Hi. So I've been with the district for 8 years. Over the last 8 years, I've watched my pay go down. You took $5,000 from me when you went into deficit. I lost a son, I lost a mom, I had breast cancer. You dropped the ball, you called me on the day of my surgery. I was evicted over Christmas because I can't afford to live because I get $400 every 2 weeks. You need to fix this and take care of your TAs.
Jared Lyle. Thank you. Thanks very much. Jared Lyle, Mary Mullaney, Ali Hassani. Jared writes, as the father of 3 former Thurston students and as a concerned neighbor, I strongly oppose the plan to tear down the school and rebuild on the Thurston Nature Center. The majority of the community is in opposition. We are not a small minority. I urge the board to take the time to pause and reconsider the construction plans. Mary Mullaney, Ali Hassani, Adele Baker. Mary writes, I am writing to convey my immense disappointment with the current plan to replace the Thurston Elementary School, specifically the intention to place the new building directly adjacent to the Thurston Nature Center. I, like most other Ann Arbor residents, routinely vote in favor of every school millage. I expect these will improve my community. Ali Hassani, I am disappointed if... Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Hi, everyone. We are 1,000 strong. This is our community. We talk to the teachers, the parents, the neighbors. We're here to protect it. We are not mean, we are not nasty, but we will help you. It's on a floodplain, you'll violate wetland codes. Talk to us, we'll work with you. Go teachers.
Thank you. Adela Baker, Melissa Villanueva, Chelsea Froning. Adela writes, I implore you to listen to your community and save Thurston Nature Center green spaces. It's not too late to demonstrate to the district that your top priority is listening and serving your constituents. Melissa Villanueva, Chelsea Froning, Caroline Gross.
We are Chelsea Froning and Millie Villanueva, elementary EL teachers. One morning, one of my students came in extremely upset. He sat in the library area of my classroom and drew a picture of a tree. He told me that the tree was coming from his grandma's house, and that landscapers were coming to take down the tree that day. His grandmother had been deported, and he was upset that someone would take away such an important connection. He needed time and space to process these feelings.
Stories like these are commonplace in Ann Arbor and show how schools are safe places for all students, including immigrant students. We want our greater Ann Arbor community to understand that undocumented and immigrant students matter as much as documented students, and we intend to protect and educate every last student in our schools.
Thank you. Caroline Gross, Robin Anspach, and Alice Sanderson.
I just lost my email with my comments, so I'll just speak from here. Support the teachers and please reconsider building. I know that there are people saying that by changing the plan, it would stop Thurston from getting a new building. We want a new building. We just want to do it in a way that protects the students and the nature and doesn't have a flood or drowning risk. Go teachers.
Robin Anspach, Alice Sanderson, Justin Jock. Robin writes, I'm a parent of 2 kids at Thurston Elementary, and I support building the new school and the current plan. I'm very concerned that the Let Thurston Play folks are going to prevent our kids from getting the school that they need and deserve. Alice Sanderson, Justin Jock, Emma Smith. Alice writes, as a parent of a 1st and 3rd grader and as someone who spends time volunteering weekly at Thurston, I am aware the school population has far outgrown the capacity of the current building and it is not up to code. There is a well-planned option to rebuild now and we must not delay this plan. Do not let an outspoken group with demands stop or slow the process. Justin Jacques, Emma Smith, Chris Ernst. Justin writes, hello, I am a Thurston parent and we desperately need a new school. I know a lot of people have been very vocal about the perceived downsides to building, but building is always going to be somewhat disruptive. I feel that the plan has taken these concerns into consideration and that as a community we must move forward so that we do not lose the chance for a new school. Emma Smith, Chris Ernst, Virginia Morgan. Emma writes, I am a Thurston parent and I'm for fiscal responsibility. Build New Thurston now. Chris Ernst, Virginia Morgan, Jamie Lawler. Chris writes, build the New Thurston without delay. Do not jeopardize our kids' education or the school's district's finances by postponing this project. I live walking distance from the school, currently have one kid attending, and have a second starting in the fall. My family and I regularly use the nature center, the fields, and the playgrounds outside of the school day. Virginia Morgan, Jamie Lawler, Carrie Calkins. Virginia writes, I'm a Thurston grandparent and volunteer, and I strongly support rebuilding the school without delay. It is best for the students, the taxpayers, the staff, and the community. Jamie Lawler, Carrie Calkins, Michael Oswald. Jamie writes, I'm a Thurston parent and a resident in the Thurston neighborhood, and I support the plan to build a new Thurston without delay. Carrie Calkins, Carrie Calkins, Michael Oswald, Elizabeth McBreedy. Carrie writes, I am a Thurston parent and strongly opposed to any delay of the building of the new Thurston. It is financially irresponsible and will negatively impact our current students. Michael Oswald, Elizabeth McBeady, Nathan Remsburg. Michael writes, as a Thurston parent, I'm counting on you to move forward with the new school our kids and teachers desperately need. The current project has taken into account a lot of opinions. It's a good plan. Don't let the millions of dollars that have already gone into the building go to waste. Our kids are too important. Elizabeth McBready, Nathan Remsburg, Jonathan Flowers. Elizabeth writes, I'm a parent of 2 current Thurston Elementary students, and we live a block away from the school. I support the new build and hope the project can be completed on schedule. Our students, teachers, and staff all deserve to be in a new school as soon as possible. The current facilities are inadequate for the size and composition of the Thurston student body. Nathan Remsburg, Jonathan Flowers, Suzanne Keller. Nathan Remsburg just writes new Thurston delays. Jonathan Flowers. I'm an APS parent and I support the current bond schedule. Please do not delay a Thurston rebuild. Susanna Keller, Noah Hurwitz, Pravina Ramaswamy.
Aspire is urging the school board to require the district to create and publish a racial equity scorecard with measurable goals to reduce inequities. How long do our children need to wait for equity? We need a racial equity scorecard now.
Noah Hurwitz, Pravina Ramaswamy, Abigail Flowers. Noah writes, please do not delay the Thurston rebuild, which would have a deleterious impact on bond spending. We are desperate to change the image of the Ann Arbor schools, which are now viewed as dilapidated facilities that lack civic support. We are hemorrhaging students, and the schools need the facelifts very badly. Pravina Ramaswamy, Abigail Flowers, Taylor Morgan. Pravina writes, we still do not have an environmental report, which is why the Thurston Nature Center Committee submitted a detailed report last week to address misinformation by providing data, documentation, and knowledge to help you make an informed decision. We support the construction of a new school building, but not on or near the Nature Center.
Abigail Flowers, Taylor Morgan, Smita Malpani. Abigail writes, I'm an AAPS parent and I support the current bond schedule. Don't delay a Thurston rebuild. Taylor Morgan, Smita Malpani, and Luke Bonnell. Taylor writes, I'm a Thurston parent and I'm for fiscal responsibility. Keep the bond on track and build New Thurston now. Smita Malpani, Luke Bonnell, Leela Ramaswamy. Smita writes, I am the water steward for the Thurston Nature Center. I'm also a professional faculty at Washtenaw Community College and teach environmental science. My graduate degree is in wetlands and watershed management. The proposed new Thurston school is ill-conceived and unsound. despite asking months for information. Luke Bonnell, Leela Ramaswamy, Gina Schneider. Luke writes, the Huron Green Team asks the board to protect and preserve the Thurston Nature Center. Leela Ramaswamy, Gina Schneider, Sophia Guadioso. Leela writes, save the Thurston Nature Center for the good of the community, students, and environment. The construction of the new building will destroy the habitats and wildlife that reside in the Nature Center. The damage that is done cannot be reversed as the Nature Center has been 60 years in the making. Please save the Thurston Nature Center. Gina Schneider, Sophia Guadioso, Sandra Boma. Gina writes, I'm a current Thurston parent and have another child who will start Thurston in 2027, and I'm begging you to reevaluate the bond committee's plan for New Thurston. My husband and I are very active in the school community. I also live in this neighborhood. I want to be very clear about who I am because of the bond committee's effort to paint the Let Thurston Play movement. Sophia Guadioso, Sandra Boma, Katie Richter. Sophia writes, I'm a Thurston parent and I support rebuilding the school without delay. Please move forward with the plan and gather the input of those with home adjacent to or near the perimeter of the school. Sandra Boma, Katie Richter, James Freeland. Sandra writes, I'm urging the Board of Education to do the right thing before too late. Make a site plan for Thurston Elementary that protects Thurston Nature Center and keeps it intact for generations to come. Our city voted for this bond. Our community is paying for this bond. We deserve a project that is representative of our values and concerns. Katie Richter, James Freeland, Camille Kemke.
Thurston Nature Center is the living embodiment of what a community and a school can do to make the world a better place. It has ecological, educational, and historical value to our community. We are asking that Ann Arbor Public Schools showcase this gem instead of carving it up. It really is so special. Please take a second look and slow down your plans.
James Freeland, Camille Kemke, Catherine Vane.
You know that pausing Thurston will only delay the school by 2 years, maybe even less, since the construction will happen off-site. You know a pause will have no impact, no real impact on the financial implications for the bond, assuming that we manage our bond proposal correctly in March. You know all these things. Someone spread misinformation and whipped up a lot of fears in our community about this stuff, and it's wrong. Please vote to pause construction on New Thurston and explore staging at New Logan.
Camille Kemke, Catherine Vane, Jonathan Gabison. Camille writes, I'm the grandparent of a current and also a future Thurston student. The chance to have a new school for them to enjoy and benefit from is too precious to miss because of inexperienced people commenting about trees. When I went to the presentation meeting at the school and have visited with my granddaughter for after-school functions, all spaces are too well used to be efficient. Catherine Vane, Jonathan Gabison, Megan Maddock. Catherine writes, as a Thurston neighborhood resident for more than 11 years and a current Thurston parent, I am strongly opposed to the current New Thurston plan that ruins the Thurston property, results in far less green space, far less playground area, and far more paved car infrastructure. The neighborhood and school community are not at all on board with this plan. Jonathan Gabison, Megan Maddock, and Allison Jeter. I'm a Thurston parent writing to urge you to reconsider the current plan for building a new Thurston elementary school. While a new school is urgently needed, the proposed plan is not in the best interest of our students, staff, or community. The alternative staging plan, which temporarily relocates students to New Logan during construction, has been developed by Let Thurston Play. Megan Maddock, Allison Jeter, and Rachel Wagner.
Hi, I'm Megan Maddock, a special ed teacher at Tappan and a former Board of Ed secretary and trustee. As a new board, you have the opportunity to reflect the values that make up the district through your funding allocations to keep high-quality staff, policies protecting our most marginalized and at-risk students, and increased transparency and collaboration with the district that you oversee. I look forward to increased transparency, and I also recommend MASB trainings for the School Board Association.
Allison Jeter, Rachel Wagner, Louis Leverrier. Allison writes, regarding Clegg Middle School, please call workers in ASAP to help make the stage at Clegg Middle School usable. The stage was marked as completed to 2019 bond project in 2021, but has not been used since before the pandemic due to the lack of fire curtain and error in placement of the screen. Rachel Wagner, Louis Laviri, Stacy Green. Rachel writes, I'm a Thurston parent of a second grader and a kindergartner. I support the new Thurston school building being built without any delays. Louis Lavieri, Stacy Green, and Emma Gallo Chesna. Louis writes, I'm a Thurston parent of 2 and have been following the plans for the construction very closely. I support rebuilding the school without delay. There have been a lot of underhanded tactics by a few people that say they represent the Nature Conservancy, but I can honestly say they do not represent my family or my community. Talking on behalf of other parents, I can also say do not represent the school. Stacy Green, Emma Gallo Chesnoff, and then Barbara Ladusky.
I taught at Tappan for 15 years before leaving. My departure, like many, left a significant void in your district. I was more than just a teacher. I was a dedicated leader as science department head, TLN leader, and voted teacher of the year. Your employees have frequently asked me my advice on how to leave. Until staff are valued as they deserve, I'll continue to tell the truth. Leaving here was the best decision I've made. I make $10,000 more than if I had stayed on L2 Masters. When staff like me leave, the loss ripples through this entire community.
Emma Gallo Chasnoff, Barbara Ladusky, Fiona Freeland. Emma writes, I was grateful to see Superintendent Park's statement of support for immigrant and transgender students, reaffirming how the safety and support of all students remains a key priority for the district. I was, however, disappointed to find that this message was buried in the middle of a lengthy AAPS weekly update email and not sent as a standalone communication. Barbara Ladusky, Fiona Freeland, Kelly Sager. Barbara writes, with highest regard to our dedicated APS superintendent, cabinet members, and trustees of the Board of Education, sometimes circumstances provide us with a rare opportunity to provide a powerful role model for our students and our community. I believe in my professional work as a human systems analyst and researcher seems to corroborate Fiona Freeland, Kelly Sager, Jason Bonilla. Fiona writes, I am 9 and I live by the Thurston Nature Center. I like to ice skate at the pond and take walks on the nice trail. Also, I love the cute sunbathing turtles in the spring and summer. Don't destroy it. Kelly Sager, Jason Bonilla, Abby Alwyn. Kelly writes, you didn't engage with the community and it shows. The land was treated as open and up for grabs by your development team, and it is not. Thurston is much more than a building. It's an entire ecosystem. The design process was described as from the inside out, and your understanding of what the outside means to our community is incomplete. Jason Bonilla, then Abby Alwyn, then Tracy Mathewson. Jason writes, I'm a former student of Thurston Elementary, and I live in the neighborhood. I've seen your plans, and I do not agree. Think of all the open space and grass that the kids play on and all the soccer teams that play here after school and on weekends. It will be divided into streets and a parking lot and unable to be used by the community for at least 2 years. Next is Abby Alwyn, then Tracy Mathewson, then Jessica Bell.
We are not Abby Alwyn. We are Abby Alwyn, Tracy Mathewson, Jessica Bell, Gabe Retaliata, Monica West Jones, Sarah Anton, Nathan Smead, Jeff Cass, Matt Johnson. But given the ridiculous time frame, we're gonna let Matt speak for all of us in our time. We can't cede our time to him. You've set a precedent at other meetings.
You will listen to us. We're doing it.
Ms. Ozinski, are you? Is it against the? It's against policy.
It was in other meetings.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Trustees, are there any objections to allowing one person speak for this group, this 9? Of
course you do.
Okay. All right.
Could we motion to allow us this one time to allow one person to speak on their behalf?
Is that a motion?
So I'll motion that.
Wait, how would,
I motion to suspend. I motion.
Hold on, Ms. Ozinski, I
Can
think
I
was saying.
suspend the policy for now?
Let me ask, is that acceptable, Ms. Ozinski, or was that not?
you would have to, you would have to suspend the policy to allow it.
Please, let us work through it, please.
No, there is no precedent. We have never
Please,
never
everyone.
ceded time.
Everyone, please let us work through it. Give us a second, please. Ms. Ozinski, you were saying.
You would have to enact, I'd have to look, it's 1,500,
You're going to have to
No,
suspend
that's
your
not it.
policies.
It's,
I don't know.
Could we?
We're gonna go through it properly, so give us a second, please.
President Feaster?
Yes, ma'am.
What exactly is the policy? Can someone read the policy and state the
I
policy
certainly
so we
can.
fully understand what it is?
Thank you. Trustee Wilk.
That was read at the beginning of
Speakers,
public
let's see.
commentary.
all right. It specifically says, speakers may not cede their time to others, and failure to speak will not increase the time allowed to other speakers. No speaker will be allowed to address the board more than once during the same meeting. That's just one small paragraph that specifically speaks to ceding the time.
Okay.
And we have never done it in the 22 years that I've been here.
Trustee Schmidt?
So, if I could make a suggestion. So I remember one of our meetings, we had a group of people, and what they did was they each had their time. I read, not me. The next person read, and it kept it going. So then you get your. Well, I know, but each one of you has that amount of time.
I think they
so-
said they'll do that, so I think we can move forward.
Yeah.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Sure.
Please, whenever you're ready, Mr. Cooley, to start the timer.
You queued up and ready. Okay.
Whenever you're ready,
There you go.
we'll start your timer. Whenever you all are ready, let us know, please.
President Feaster, could you please clarify what's happening?
So, my understanding is that each of the 9 will read a portion of whatever they have prepared, and they'll each use their 16 seconds to go through their presentation.
So that's the next 9 speakers from.
That is 94
Alvin.
through 101 on our Word document.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Sorry. 103?
So it skips one.
We'll catch.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5,
All right.
7, 8.
Whenever you all are ready, let us know.
In 2008, 6 years into my career, we were a destination district, a state leader in our salary and healthcare compensation. We were literally at the top. That was 17 years ago.
Since 2008, finding savings on the back of its teachers has been Ann Arbor's primary method of balancing the budget. For a veteran teacher with 14 plus years experience in the district, salary has only increased $6,447 from 2008 to 2025. That's 8% over 17 years, less than 0.5% a year.
But starting in 2008 and 2009, there was a shift. Ann Arbor began to cost cut at the expense of its teaching staff. In 2010, teachers loaned the district $4.5 million, taking a 2.2% pay cut and freezing steps. Teachers endured another 3% cut in 2013 to keep the district solvent.
Since then, we've never been meaningfully repaid, and the outcome has been catastrophic. Even with today's or yesterday's agreement, the top level on our salary schedule has increased only $77.40 from 2008 to 2025. That is 9% over 17 years, for barely over 0.5% per year.
Further, step freezes devastated the younger generation's lifetime earnings. A teacher hired in 2013, hired in 2010, lost $70,000 of lost wages in my first 10 years of teaching.
This already painful financial trajectory was made far, far worse by the huge increases in healthcare. The $3,900 for MESA is over $19,000 now, and the high rates of inflation, 44% over that span, mean that many teachers in practical terms have made meaningfully less money every single year in 19 years.
Okay, Plymouth Canton gives its teachers $12,661 more each year in compensation and pays 13% more for insurance, and yet their fund balance is at 21%. Northville gives its teachers $20,000 more each year in compensation and pays 13% more for insurance, and their fund balance is at 25%. Wayne Westland gives its teachers $11,000 more and $13,000 for insurance, and yet has a 26% fund balance.
And it goes on.
It would also be another thing if the central office was not one of the best compensated in the state. For example, since 2013, our superintendent salary has increased from around $170,000 to over $250,000 today. That's a 47% increase when teachers have suffered, putting us all at number 4, putting that superintendent at number 4 in the whole state. Teachers aren't even number 4 in the county.
All right, so this is all really bad news, but we have a new board tonight. You can change this. You can change 2 decades of intense suffering that you see behind us tonight. You could make a commitment. You can do what all of the other surrounding districts do and balance your budget and pay your teachers. Everyone else does it. We can do it too. Plan for us, or you're going to have to plan to be without us, and that will be devastating for this city. Thank you.
Next is Robert Patrick Kelly, Gabrielle Steiner, and then Lindsay Mariota. Robert writes, I am the parent of a Thurston Elementary School student, expressing my support for the construction of the new Thurston Elementary without delay. The school facility condition currently rates as one of the worst in the district, hence why we are slotted in the first wave of the 20-year bond schedule. The kids, teachers, and staff need a new school. Gabrielle Steiner, Lindsay Murata, Andrea Huang. Gabriel writes, I'm a Thurston kindergarten parent as well as a Thurston adjacent property owner, and I strongly support the Thurston rebuild and AAPS's current plan. Our kids desperately need a new school as soon as possible. Lindsay Murata, Andrea Huang, Eleanor Freeland. Lindsay writes, my name is Lindsay Murata, and up until the past Monday, January 27th, I was a TA at Angel Elementary. Let me start off by saying that to this day, Angel Elementary is my favorite job that I have ever had. Unfortunately, I had to resign and seek employment elsewhere because of the raise of insurance prices and the lack of a raise in pay to go with it. Andrea Wine, Eleanor Freeland, Thomas Woods. Andrea writes, my name is Andrea Wang, and I'm a parent with 4 children in AAPS, 3 at Wines and 1 at Forsyth. I'm writing to ask 2 things. That the school board require the district to create and publish a racial equity scorecard with measurable goals to reduce inequities, especially experienced by Black and Brown students in the district. Eleanor Freeland, Thomas Woods, Margaret Weiss. As a former Thurston student and present Clegg student, I just want to say that me and my friends play at the Nature Center every week, and I think it's unacceptable and wrong for you to take that away from future generations. Thomas Woods, Margaret Weiss, Hannah Smith. As someone who supported the bond, I am disappointed that the bond committee seems beholden to the management company while dismissing the ideas and input of the community. A very reasonable proposal exists that minimizes disruption to the community, preserves valuable spaces, and protects the Thurston Nature Center, while still allowing Margaret Weiss, Hannah Smith, Philip Sapatowski. Thomas writes, as someone who supported the bond, sorry, that's who I just read. Margaret writes, we voted for you because we believe you will do a good job for our communities and for our schools. We approved the bond in 2019 because we believed APS would spend the funds responsibly. Please do the right thing and come up with a plan that allows the new Thurston Elementary to be built where the current elementary school stands. Hannah Smith, Philip Sepetowski, Michael Cianfrocco. Hannah writes, Orchard Hills Athletic Club, the shared owner of the Thurston Nature Center, including the pond, has reached out to the board multiple times asking for information about the Thurston construction. Gilbane seems to think that simply putting OHAC's name on their PowerPoint slides is enough, but we have not been consulted on plans. Philip Sepetowski, Michael Cianfrocco, Jim Vallum. Philip writes, I'm a Thurston parent and support the plans to build the new school without delay. Thank you. Michael Cianfrocco, Jim Vallum, Allison Carey. Michael writes, I'm a Thurston parent and support rebuilding the school without delay. Jim Vallum, Allison Carey, Sarah Kemke. Jim writes, did anyone notice in prior board presentations that the new buildings will have classrooms with interior glass walls? In the age of school shootings, what about a playground ball field surrounded by roads on 3 sides? What goes into the road after a ball does? The board needs to seriously question the safety. Allison Carey, Sarah Kemke, Laura Gansel.
And how can the board continue to ignore the community that they serve? Many of us are concerned with the flooding and drainage at the Nature Center. We've had massive flooding and even a sinkhole in 2021 that required a large-scale emergency drain repair. How much did that emergency repair cost Ann Arbor Public Schools? And will taxpayers have to foot the bill for future repairs of this scale? We are concerned that it would be irresponsible to build on a Nature Center within the boundaries of a wetland with a history of
Thank
flooding.
you, ma'am.
Okay, well,
That's your time.
thank you. Go Teachers.
Sarah Kemke, Laura Gansel, Peter Andrusiak. Sarah writes, although I have been frustrated with how the new Thurston School project and its community engagement has been managed in the past, I think that APS has made significant good faith compromises to address community concerns in the current revised plan. Overall, I think that going ahead with the revised project as planned and on schedule is the best solution for our kids. Laura Gansel, Peter Andrusiewicz, and Paul Devereaux. Laura writes, I'm an alumni and current neighbor of Thurston Elementary School. I'm very concerned with the plans to construct a new Thurston school building on a known floodplain and next to a school that will be in session during construction. These plans will reduce safe play areas, harm the current nature habitats, and hinder the education of students for years to come. Peter Andruskowitz, Paul Devereaux, Pelham Barron. Peter writes, the bond presents a huge opportunity for the APS Board of Ed to begin repairing an image tarnished by mismanagement of the general fund, broken promises to underpaid teachers, and an overcautious approach to COVID-19, among other mistakes in the recent past. Instead, the bond committee is squandering the chance by not listening to teachers. Paul Devereaux, Pelham Barron, and Jane Cotty. Paul writes, I'm the parent of a current Thurston student. The plan for the construction of the new building on this site is poor at best. The current plan is riddled with issues. Forcing children to learn on an active construction site with limited access to outdoor space where they will be breathing in fumes and particulates from construction is patently ludicrous. Pelham Barron, Jane Cotty, Chavi Kini Nana.
Regarding Thurston, literally hundreds of young and future district parents are becoming disillusioned with the board and capital projects leadership. Please consider the cost of losing their trust, not just today, but for years to come. And good grief, please pay our teachers.
Jane Cotty, Chavi Kini Nana, Kimberly Carey. Jane writes, my comments today concern the manner in which the $1 billion bond is being implemented. As an Ann Arbor citizen, I was shocked that such a large amount was even being asked for. Once the bond passed, I thought for sure that the money would be wisely spent with community involvement, communication, and buy-in. There was no engagement with the community. School rebuilding plans were presented. Chavi Kini Nana, then Kimberly Carey, and then Jillian Gism.
Good evening and welcome to new board members. I'm Chavi, president of the Angel PTO. Teachers deserve fair pay so that they can focus on one job, stay in the district, and afford their health care for their families and for themselves while they care for our families. As PTO president, parent, and taxpayer, we demand that you engage for the 2025-2026 school year, and if necessary, the administration should share the financial burden. Thank you.
Kimberly Carey, Jillian Gism, Nathaniel Steiner. Kimberly writes, what is wrong with you Ann Arbor School Board people? You are elected to office because you are supposed to be representing the people and families of Ann Arbor. The damage you seek to do now at Thurston Elementary and the surrounding neighborhood area will have forever disastrous effects on this community in multiple ways. Jillian Gism, Nathaniel Steiner, Michael Benham. Jillian writes, I'm a Thurston parent and I fully support rebuilding the school without delay. Our children and our teachers deserve an updated facility. Nathaniel Steiner, Michael Benham, Matthew Bertrand. My name is Nate Steiner, and I'm a parent of a Thurston kindergarten and another future Thurston student. I live directly across the street from the school. I'm in full support of breaking ground for the new school beginning as planned. They've altered plans and listened to the Thurston Nature Center's request for preservation of as much of the Nature Center as possible, virtually all of it. Michael Benham, Matthew Bertrand, Jordan Else. Michael writes, it is time the board to adhere to the principles of democracy. I'll bet you good Democrats are doing plenty of hand-wringing right now over the national situation. Well, it starts locally, and maybe you can facilitate democracy at the local level by seriously addressing the concerns about Thurston instead of stonewalling. Matthew Bertrand, Jordan Else, and Mike Nix. Matthew writes, I'm writing to express my concern about the overemphasis and overuse of technology in the classroom, especially the use of one-to-one devices in early elementary school. Although the devices may be paid for from bond funds, the license fees for many programs are paid for out of the general fund. Paying teachers, paraprofessionals, social workers, and other student-facing staff. Jordan Else, Mike Nix, and Beth Pearson. Jordan writes, welcome new board members. Please listen to our teachers. We need them here. As we hear more stories of excellent teachers and social workers leaving, it shows how significant this crisis is. You have the power to make it better. I'm also writing as part of the Ann Arbor School Parents Intent on Racial Equity, ASPIRE. We're urging the school board, Mike Nix, Beth Pearson, and Allison Riccardi. Mike writes, protect and preserve the Thurston Nature Center.
Beth Pearson, Allison Riccardi, Tricia Guest. Beth writes, I'm urging you to slow down and make a thoughtful, intentional decision about Thurston's construction project. I urge you to vote against drawing the $200 million third chunk of funds and to direct the bond committee and capital projects team to change course and adopt the superior staging plan that has been proposed. Please see letthurstonplay.com. Allison Riccardi, Tricia Guest, Alexandra Taylor. Allison writes, the board's job is to represent the people. The people have not asked for the bond money to be utilized this way. Please pause all school rebuild plans immediately and revise plans after consulting with the communities where they will be built. If you have one or two representatives of the community, those representatives do not have the authority to make decisions on behalf of everyone else. Tricia Guest, Alexandra Taylor, Tracy Briggs. Tricia writes, please save and preserve the Thurston Nature Center. Please provide the environmental reports for the Nature Center that have thus far been kept hidden from the public. Please understand the value the Nature Center has for our community and planet. Be the environmental stewards you claim to be. Alexandra Taylor, Tracy Briggs, James Bruce Fields.
This community is deeply frustrated over the lack of transparency regarding the Thurston site. You know the facts. Thurston construction can be contained at New Logan and in reasonable time. We are profoundly concerned that even the motion to vote on the Thurston construction was voted down. I urge you to cast your vote.
Tracy Briggs, James Bruce Fields, Jason Frenzel. Tracy writes, Thurston Nature Center. So much of the neighborhood's heart and soul is tied up in the land that has been designated to be leveled for the new elementary school. A new school is needed, but I ask that it not take precedence over the natural spaces. Let us be stewards for the land and the school in a way that creates a harmonious public space to serve everyone in our community. James Bruce Fields, Jason Frenzel, Kathleen Berry. James writes, I'm a Thurston neighbor and parent asking you not to make changes to the construction schedule which risk further delaying needed renovations. I appreciate concern for the Thurston Nature Center. I live a few hundred feet from it and love it, but this is APS property, and the primary concern when deciding its fate must be the educational needs of students. Jason Frenzel, Kathleen Berry, Deborah Wood. Jason writes, I'm writing on behalf of the Huron River Watershed Council to express our concern about the potential impacts of the new school construction near Thurston Pond and its surrounding wetlands. As you may know, Thurston Pond is connected to Miller's Creek, one of the most vulnerable tributaries in the Huron River watershed. Kathleen Berry, Deborah Wood, Stephen Guest. Kathleen writes, as a parent of a Thurston student and future students, I would like to express my concerns about the construction plan for the new Thurston school. The loss of outdoor play space and green space for the students is alarming. One of our favorite things about Thurston is all of the wonderful outdoor space for the kids to explore and move through. Deborah Wood, Stephen Guest, Eric Zakar. Deborah writes, I walk through the Thurston Nature Center almost daily and have treasured memories of catching frogs and turtles in the adjacent pond when my boys were young. It is a valued and much-used asset in our community with a rich history. To lose any part of it will impact our community negatively for years to come. I am imploring you to protect and preserve the Thurston Nature Center. Stephen Guest, Eric Zakar, Birgit Reich. Stephen writes, protect and preserve the Thurston Nature Center. Eric Zakar, Birgit Reich, Melissa Edwards. Eric writes, Thurston Elementary School is bursting at the seams and needs to be improved and rebuilt without delay. If it is possible to do staging and rebuild without delay, that is preferable. But if the options are rebuild without delay with the current plan versus go back to the drawing board for several years, Birgit Reich, Melissa Edwards, Jennifer Gleason. Birgit writes, I implore the Arbor Schools Board and especially the new board members to reevaluate staging Thurston School for a couple of years. Staging would be far more desirable than destroying the Thurston Nature Center and having kids try to study in an immediate vicinity of a construction site for years while taking away their green spaces. Melissa Edwards, Jennifer Gleason, Michelle Carr. Melissa writes, I'm a Thurston parent and I do not support the current plan for Thurston Elementary because it puts student safety at risk. This plan places the new school dangerously close to a detention pond, removes 75% of the playground space, and forces kids to attend school on an active construction site for years. Jennifer Gleason, Michelle Carr, Jing Yu. Jennifer writes, my name is Jennifer and I was a science and STEM teacher at Ann Arbor Public Schools for 6 years. I took a pay cut when leaving Dearborn Public Schools to join APS. I'm now a STEAM teacher in the Brighton area schools. I'm making over $10,000 more than I was in APS, almost what I would be making had I stayed in Dearborn. Michelle Carr, Jing Yu, Alex Schmidt.
I am a former AAPS employee and an AAPS parent. I left Ann Arbor Schools last year and am making significantly more in another district. If AAPS doesn't change, more qualified staff will leave. Rising healthcare costs and low step increases are driving educators away. Our schools thrive on experienced staff. Without them, students suffer.
Jing Yu, Alex Schmidt, Don Packard. Jing writes, as a parent of a Thurston first grader, I do not like your building plan. Early childhood years are critical. As your bond presentation reminded us, young children are sensitive. What they hear, see, feel, and breathe affects their learning environment. Attending school on a construction site will have negative effects. Alex Schmidt, Don Packard, Devin Murphy. Alex writes, please proceed with the construction of the new Thurston School. The planning process took into account many stakeholders and arrived at the optimal plan for our students. The current proposal is the best option for our students. Second, I would like to extend my agreement that teachers should be paid more. However, this is not the place to argue for increased funding. Don Packard, Devin Murphy, Jillian Morgan.
Hello, I'm the English Department Chair at Pioneer High School, and I'm here to read a letter from Jesse Heber Shapiro, but there's no time for that in my 16 seconds. Jesse has left the district, much like Stacy and Michelle, and I encourage you as a board to listen to teachers, engage with us to keep us here. Thank you.
Devin Murphy, Jillian Morgan, Benjamin Badalamente. Devin Murphy, Devin writes, please build the new Thurston now. Thurston's current building is in poor condition and the children at AAPS's largest elementary school deserve better. Jillian Morgan, Benjamin Badalamente, Amy Griffiths. Jillian writes, I'm a current Thurston parent and a community member, and I strongly urge the board to proceed with the Thurston school rebuild. The current state of our school building is significantly impacting the quality of our education of our students receive, with outdated facilities, inadequate space, and concerns regarding safety and accessibility. Benjamin Badalamente, Amy Griffiths, Tiffany Walther. Benjamin writes, delaying the construction of a new Thurston Elementary in order to figure out staging does not harm the bond. As long as the withdrawal amount is requested to cover active projects, the bond will be fine. The plan put forth be let Thurston play does not push Thurston to the back of the line. Amy Griffiths, Tiffany Walther, Mauro Beauchamp. Amy writes, I urge the new board to choose a different location for Thurston Elementary building. Building on or near the Thurston Nature Center will irreparably harm the environment, the wildlife, and our children's educational opportunities for generations. Please carefully read the new environmental study that has been shared with you. Tiffany Walther, Mauro Beauchamp, and Nora Berry. Tiffany writes, you didn't engage with the community and it shows. The land was treated as open and up for grabs by your development team, and it is not. Thurston is much more than a building. It's an entire ecosystem. The design process was described as from the inside out, and your understanding of what the outside means to our community is incomplete. Mauro Beauchamp, Nora Berry, Amanda Ryan. Mauro writes, Thurston is one of the largest elementary schools in the district, with many different groups of young students to teach and keep safe on a daily basis. We have heard from parents, teachers, from families of kids with learning accommodations, from recess monitors, and from neighbors. Moving a school right next to a pond is short-sighted and a reckless choice. Nora Berry, Amanda Ryan, Shanasi Rose. Nora writes, my name is Nora Berry, a 20-year-old who was born, raised, and currently remains in Ann Arbor. My elementary school was Dickin, my middle school Slauson, and my high school's Community and Pioneer. I cannot imagine how different my relationship with my education would have been if a disruption as huge as the one that the Bond Committee and Gilbane is trying to steamroll the community concern with now. Amanda Ryan, Shanasi Rose, Kristen Oshmogo. Amanda writes, protect and preserve the Thurston Nature Center. Let Thurston children play and have a conducive learning environment. Keep our spaces green. I implore you, as Board of Education members, elected to serve the students and families of Ann Arbor, to please refrain from moving forward with the current building plans at Thurston Elementary. Shanasi Rose, Kristen Ochimogo, Robert Goodspeed. Shanasi writes, we all currently exist within a global state of both ecological and political emergency. Crises in our children's stress levels and lived experiences drives this home. Governing in any capacity is a commitment to public service and a responsibility to care for the good of all. Kristen Ochimogo, Robert Goodspeed, Amanda Shutko. Kristen writes, I'm a parent of a Scarlett, Pittsfield, and former Mitchell students. I, along with Aspire, am urging the school board to require the district to create and publish a racial equity scoreboard with measurable goals to reduce inequities, including suspension data, NWEA scores, AP class enrollment, students offered math interventions, and more. Robert Goodspeed, Amanda Shutko, Robert Terrell. Robert writes, I'm writing to address the topic of the new Thurston and the rumor this body is considering postponing it. I have heard recently. I'm a parent of a Thurston second grader. My 4-year-old will attend Thurston next year and a residence. 1 block from the Thurston Elementary School. I also co-chair the Safe Routes to School Subcommittee. Amanda Schutko, Robert Terrell, Malcolm Morgan. Amanda writes, I'm an APS parent. I am concerned about the academic success and disciplinary racial disparities that exist at APS and the lack of clear, measurable course of action to reach a goal of closing those gaps. I understand the Aspire's call for the school board to require the district to create and publish a racial equity scorecard. Robert Terrell, Malcolm Morgan, Sarah Saylor. Robert writes, I am strongly opposed to the current remodel plans for Thurston Elementary. I do not want my or anyone else's child trying to learn while on an active construction site. Malcolm Morgan, Sarah Saylor, Libby Benton. Malcolm writes, I'm in 3rd grade at Thurston, and I think we should rebuild Thurston now because the classrooms are too small for the kids and teachers. We need more space. I think it would be so cool to watch the new school being built right next to us. Maybe construction workers can teach us how to be safe and how the machines work. Sarah Saylor, Libby Benton, Lisa Henn. Sarah writes, I am writing today as a parent of 2 APS students, a supporter of public education in Ann Arbor schools, parents intent on racial equity, Aspire member. I want to express my support for the Ann Arbor Public Schools educators and for the development of a racial equity scorecard. I've been incredibly grateful for the educators who have created a positive learning environments for my sons and their classmates. Libby Benton, Lisa Henn, Emily Terrell. Libby writes, I'm writing to express my support for the current new Thurston plan and ask that it move forward without delay. I'm the parent of a Thurston 2nd grader and I'm sorry, did I just read that? No, I am sorry. Who will be going to Thurston next year. I also live directly across from the school property. Please move forward with the plan. Lisa Henn, Emily Terrell, Adar Steinberg. Lisa writes, I'm a parent of APS student and member of Aspire. Aspire is urging the school board to require the district to create and publish a racial equity scorecard with measurable goals to reduce inequities. This should not be controversial. The board's Equity Inclusion Committee is mandated to annually review progress. Emily Terrell, Adar Steinberg, Michael Zielinski. Emily writes, I'm a current Thurston parent and deeply involved volunteer and substitute teacher at Thurston. I adamantly disagree with the current building plans for New Thurston with every cell of my body. This would not only be detrimental to the well-being of our Thurston children and teachers, it also completely disregards the very valid and important concerns. Adar Steinberg, Michael Zielinski, Kathy Ann Moylanen. Adar writes, I'm a current Thurston parent and I support postponing the construction and finding a better solution that does not impact the Thurston's children's outdoor time. Michael Zielinski, Kathy Ann Moylanen, Bridget Cook. Michael writes, I would like to... Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say I oppose the plan that compromises the green space, the play space, the Thurston Nature Center. I find it interesting that all the people that want this plan to go through say about how our students deserve a new building. Buildings don't teach students, teachers do. We should reprioritize, pay our teachers.
Kathy Ann Moylanen, Bridget Cook, Naja Robinson-Meyer.
In recent years, we paid experts at least 2 times to fix the flooding around Thurston Pond. After those fixes, the flooding only worsened. I'm leery of any expert that's claiming that they can engineer the pond-side building site to eliminate the standing water so they could build a building. Please don't build in a floodplain. Let Thurston play and go teachers.
Bridget Cook, Naja Robinson-Meyer, Jen Dunman. Bridget writes, hello, I am an APS teacher. This evening I get to hear my daughter play at an orchestra concert, otherwise I would be at the board meeting tonight. Her orchestra teacher has done so much to plan the various details of this concert. It is time for you, the APS school board, to plan for us, the staff that work with the students of APS every single day. Naja Robinson-Meyer, Jen Dunman, Deshaun Mata. Naja writes, I am very concerned about the current expansion plans at Thurston. They are concerned about the green space and the disrupting the natural ecosystem, and there are flooding concerns. The green space is a gem to the neighborhood, and it will be lost with the current plans. We also need to put the needs of the students and their learning at the top of any expansion plan. Jen Dunman, Deshaun Mata, Leslie Smith. Jen writes, I'm a proud 30-year APS teacher at Pittsfield Elementary. I also have had my 2 children go through APS. When I began at Pittsfield, I was one of only 2 teachers new to the building. For many years after that, our staff remained consistent, which allowed us to work together and focus on student relationships and achievement across multiple years. Deshaun Mata, Leslie Smith, Paula Walker. Deshaun writes, I affirm and support APS's decision to build a new Thurston Elementary without delay. I'm a Thurston parent and live 1 block from the school. I'm very concerned that the BOE is receiving a skewed picture of what Thurston parents want. Even those opposed to the current plan agree that a new elementary school is desperately needed. Leslie Smith, Paula Walker, Carrie Reingans. Leslie writes, despite months of Thurston community feedback from hundreds of concerned citizens, our pleas for action have been ignored. Can one brave trustee please make the following motion? I motion that we stop all activity to Thurston and task the bond committee trustees, Assistant Superintendent Rice and Gilbane, to provide us with cost breakdowns. Paula Walker, Carrie Reingans. Paula writes, I am mother of 2 children at A2 STEAM. Please communicate what will happen if ICE shows up at our schools. We must protect our immigrant families during these very scary times. I know that the Latino population is being targeted first, but eventually they will move on and target other BIPOC communities. Carrie Reingans.
Hi, I'm State Rep Carrie Rangans, asking for you to help do advocacy with the State Association of School Boards to help ask the Speaker of the House, Matt Hall, to please present 6058, the bill from last term that would help teachers with their, and all public employees with healthcare costs. So please join us as advocates, and happy to talk more.
That concludes public commentary.
Thank you to everyone who addressed the board and gave a public commentary. Thank you to our staff for coming out and letting your voices be heard. Obviously, the board will continue to do what we can with the new board to try to address those issues. And thank you to our elected representatives who also have come to speak and given their perspective. Obviously, I believe this board will continue to work with the Michigan Association of School Boards to try to help get as much funding as possible and to be able to help our teachers. Thank you all. Superintendent Parks, are there any points of clarification?
After we review all of the significant comments that we had this evening, we'll provide any clarifications comprehensively as appropriate.
Thank you, Superintendent.
President Feaster?
Yes.
If I may.
Trustee Basket.
It's not really clarification, but explanation, if you will. To our elected officials, especially Representative Reingans, thank you for being here. We know you're a parent and committed to us as a district. Please be advised that in the past, we have invited our elected officials at the state level to come talk to us as part of the meeting. So you wouldn't be limited to the public commentary, but again, to engage in a full, robust conversation. We'll, of course, discuss how to probably frame this in the new year, but thank you for coming, and again, we want to hear more. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. And I believe that brings us down to reports of associations. Ms. Ozinski, do we have any reports of associations?
I see the AAEA, Fred, coming to the podium.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Parks, Ann Arbor Public Schools community, and community, thanks for the love tonight. We appreciate it. And all these beautiful and fierce AAEA members in the house tonight. Thank you for being here. I know you'd rather be home. You know, I always like to start my reports with good news. So it looks like Huron High School is dominating the good news tonight. So as a Pioneer grad, I never thought I would say, go River Rats. So I'm thrilled to announce that the Huron High School 23-24 yearbook received its critique from the Columbia Scholastic Press Association, and it was awarded the gold medalist ranking. That's the highest honor possible. This prestigious award is a testament to the exceptional work of AAEA member Sarah Beth Badalamente and her dedicated students. Congratulations to the team for this well-deserved recognition. Next, Enye Magazine, a classroom project led by Huron High School teacher and AAEA member Daniel Verdugo, continues to thrive. This bilingual publication invites students to reflect on some of the most pressing issues of our time while fostering creativity, collaboration, and multilingualism. The latest edition, Enye, #WeThePeople, is out now and features topics such as Mexican muralism, Salvador Dali, the right to vote, and more. This publication is distributed freely at the Ann Arbor District Library and stands as the only bilingual publication in our area. We are proud to report that this project was also made possible through a generous NEA union grant to Daniel. Thanks, Daniel. Another exciting achievement comes from our Huron High School Jazz Orchestra under the direction of AAEA member Robert Ash. The ensemble has been selected as one of the top 30 high school jazz bands to compete in the 30th annual Essentially Ellington High School Jazz Band Competition and Festival at Jazz at Lincoln Center in May this year. This is a remarkable accomplishment for our students and a reflection of the dedication and excellence of their director. The Huron Symphony Orchestra has been invited to perform at the annual Michigan Music Conference in Grand Rapids. This invitation recognizes the orchestra's extraordinary talent and their ability to combine diverse musical styles. A special congratulations goes to AAEA member and director Timothy Crone, and assistant director and AAEA member Reed Smith, and all the students involved. Their hard work and artistry have earned them this exceptional opportunity. Congratulations, go Rats. I've heard numerous concerns from our members regarding the potential for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, raids targeting students and staff in our schools. As this is an alarming reality under current federal policies, I urge the board to work on drafting a policy and resolution that can help shelter our students and staff from these actions. Earlier today, I shared with all of you a template from the NEA of a policy and a template of a resolution to preserve a safe and secure learning environment. It is critical that we, as a district, stand together in providing as much protection as is legally possible for all members of our school community. Some recent bargaining developments. Yeah. I am pleased to report that right before winter break, we successfully bargained the restoration of teacher placement as a subject within our contract. This was the final prohibited subject to be reinstated, bringing us closer to a more comprehensive and fair contract for all our educators. I am also happy to inform the board that the AAEA and the district reached a tentative agreement, or a TA, regarding the financial reopener for this current school year. This TA was ratified by our members at 7 a.m. this morning. The next step actually is for you, the board, to review and ratify this agreement. It represents a first step toward aligning AAPS teacher salaries with comparable districts, ensuring that we can continue to value the essential work our teachers do every day and to attract and retain the best talent for our students. One element of that TA was that the AAEA and the district were going to issue a joint statement regarding the need to move our compensation to levels that are competitive with comparable districts, to attract and retain our dedicated professionals, and as you heard tonight, to stop the exodus of our talent to those districts. Our teams met today and have drafted that statement, which I would like to read to you tonight. It says, the Ann Arbor Public Schools and the Ann Arbor Education Association recognize the need for compensation to be competitive with relevant comparable districts. We acknowledge the importance of attracting and retaining high-quality teachers to ensure that every child has success and access to the best possible education. In this spirit, we are committed to working collaboratively to enhance teacher wages and benefits, reflecting the value of their hard work and dedication. The district pledges to be fiscally responsible and will continue to work with the union in good faith negotiations to build and maintain a salary schedule competitive with comparable school districts. Beginning this February, we will start the work for the creation of this compensation model for the 2025-26 school year and beyond. Together, we will strive to ensure that Ann Arbor remains a place where great teachers are empowered to succeed and where students thrive. We believe that by working together, we can create a sustainable and positive impact on the education system, benefiting teachers, students, and our community as a whole. And that was released and signed today by both parties. In conclusion, these milestones and achievements I've shared serve as a reminder of the exceptional dedication and talent within our schools. We have much to be proud of as a district, from the outstanding artistic accomplishments of our students to the successful steps we are taking in bargaining to ensure competitive wages and working conditions for our educators. While we understand that the district is working to rebuild its fund balance, this should not be done on the backs of teachers. Denying teachers the steps, raises, and benefits they deserve while continuing to prioritize fund balance over staff welfare is a dangerous and short-sighted approach. We are letting you know that this TA buys you time. Time to plan your future budgets. Yep. Time to plan your future budgets with the necessary funding up front. So not as an afterthought, up front. To bring our compensation up to levels that are competitive with our comparable districts. This is a turning point. If this board and the district fail to take the necessary actions to ensure that our educators are treated fairly in this next contract, the consequences will be far-reaching. You heard from our teachers tonight, and you heard from some former teachers. And if you remember back to the fury and anger you witnessed at the December 11th board meeting, you know that our members are standing by and they're ready to continue or to escalate those actions. Now, they don't want to do that. They would rather be home on board meeting nights, planning lessons and spending time with their families. So let's take care of this in this next negotiation. The teachers are the foundation of this district, and without them, there is no future for the Ann Arbor Public Schools. The choice is yours. We expect to see tangible progress in the next round of bargaining. And I'll close with the statement I said at the last board meeting. If you want to return to the days of quiet and boring board meetings, you know what you must do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osinski, are there any other reports of associations?
No other reports tonight.
Thank you. I believe that brings us down to the board committee reports, and I believe there was a meeting for the bond committee. I turn it over to Trustee Basket, please.
Thank you, President Feaster. Yes, the bond committee did meet January 24th. We will meet again in February 7th. We are proud to bring to you, the board, the first briefings, as you've seen, regarding the work at Scarlett, Mitchell, Huron, and Slauson. Thank you.
Could I suggest a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we can't.
I couldn't hear anything.
I couldn't hear that.
You just need them to be quiet, or you want to take a break?
No, just 5-minute break,
I
and
can
then
just-
we can.
Okay.
Whatever.
I'm fine either way. If we're just trying to have them be quiet, then I'll ask them to be quiet. We can move forward. Okay. While you're exiting, would you please allow us to continue conducting our meeting? Thank you. All right.
I'd be happy to repeat that, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So, President Feaster, the bond committee met January 24th. The bond committee plans to meet again on February 7th. At this meeting, we were happy to recommend the first briefing items that you see on the agenda there. Work at Scarlett, New Mitchell, Huron High School, and Slauson Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you. What was that next date? February 7th?
February 7th, sir.
Thank you. All right, I believe that brings us down to the information section and board member recognition month.
Thank you, President Feaster. I will take this item here.
Thanks.
So January is School Board Recognition Month. We are pleased to take this opportunity to recognize the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education trustees for their service and commitment to our students, staff, parents, and local community. Trustees contribute hundreds of hours each year to the difficult work involved in serving at the local level. They are all advocates at the state level and national level for public policies also, and for the funding that ensures all students everywhere have access to an excellent public education where they live. Through their commitment to service, trustees work to create a better understanding of the importance of school boards and the benefits of local governance. Collectively, school board members across the state of Michigan spend more than 7,500 hours on professional development to stay well-informed of the latest trends in educational leadership. Through their dedication, collaboration with other school district staff, governance, and advocacy, they are building the future of education in Michigan. On behalf of the Ann Arbor Public Schools team and community, we express our gratitude to the AAPS Board of Education trustees who work together to prepare today's students to be tomorrow's leaders. We appreciate the time and energy you give to the 17,000 students, teachers, and staff in our Ann Arbor community. And the trustees serving Ann Arbor Public Schools in their years of service are Susan Basquette, 22 years of service. Torsho Feaster, 1 year and 3 months. Rima Mohammed, 2 years of service. Susan Schmidt, 2 years of service. Don Wilkerson, term began January 2025, so new.
Right.
Leslie Wilkins, also term beginning January 2025. And Glenda Wilkes, term beginning January 2025. Thank you, trustees.
Thank you, Superintendent. I believe that brings us down to item B, the reading pilot update.
Thank you, President Feaster. At this time, we have Ms. Linden, Ms. Alston, and they will be joined on screen by some of our building staff. Kristen Smith, Will Wright, and Emily Work to provide an update to trustees. If you recall, back in the fall or right before the summer, we got approval from the board to embark upon the reading pilot and the purchase of the materials for the pilot. And so this team is here this evening just to let you know how things are going and some of the things that we are learning as we do this pilot. And so I'll turn it over to Ms. Linden at this time.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to bring you this update. It's going to be a quick one. We thought it would be a great idea to come and share with you a little reminder about the pilot process and to share a bit with you about where we are. Very shortly, within the next month or so, we'll be right back here with a recommendation to share with all of you for your consideration. So joining me soon on the screen will be Kristen Smith. There they are. There's Kristen Smith, our ELA Science Coordinator for K-5 schools. Emily Wark, one of our extraordinary building coaches who also has been instrumental throughout the pilot. And Will Wright, our principal at Logan Elementary School, who's been leading some incredible professional learning for all of the elementary leaders in our district. So thank you for joining us tonight, everybody. All right. What we're going to begin with is a quick reminder of the most impactful pieces that impact a student's education. So you can go straight to number 2 there. So you may have seen this before. The most impactful thing is high quality teaching, no surprise. In order for high quality teaching to exist, there are 3 elements that have to be in place. The first is you have to have access to high quality, culturally affirming, rigorous, and I would add accessible curriculum. So the work that we're doing now to upgrade the reading curriculum in our district is going to have an incredible impact on the education of our students. We're working very hard to align our curriculum with best practice and research, and you're going to see throughout the next slides a little bit of the work that's been going on to do that. We are already seeing the impact just in the pilot, in the impact of our students' literacy skills. So it's pretty exciting. Staff will be engaging together throughout the process, not just in understanding and implementing the curriculum, but broadening their mindsets about learning, engaging students differently. You'll see examples when we come back with the recommendation of Socratic discussions happening with kindergartners, very exciting work going on, that are all about engaging students in equitable practices. So we can go to the next slide. Something we really want to emphasize is the importance of this process. We want you to be able to trust in the process and trust in the recommendations and the quality of those recommendations when we bring them forward. So this is just a reminder that the Ann Arbor Public Schools follows an ethical and rigorous equity-centered process whenever we conduct a curriculum adoption. We use nationally recognized and locally responsive criteria to ensure that whatever we are selecting to put in front of our students and within the hands of our talented and amazing teachers, that it represents the best, most effective curricula on the market. We ensure that efficacy research like Ed reports drive that, including district adopter feedback from all across the nation. We ensure that anything we select for a pilot is going to be effective. It will be incredibly highly used, highly valued and respected, and the efficacy demonstrates that it will do great things for our students. So I say all of this to say that while we are piloting 2 different curricula at this time, either curricula is of incredible quality. What we are looking for in the pilot is to determine how well the curricula fit within our system. Does it support us? Does it support our teachers? Does it support our students? So keep that in mind, that the pilot process is in place to determine fit. All right, and then we'll move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a very simple slide depicting the components of English language arts and literacy development. You'll see this in many different formats. In fact, when Kristen Smith joins us, she'll show you a little bit different way of looking at this. But what you're seeing here are the components of reading. You're seeing language, which is syntax, grammar, structure, speaking, listening, foundational skills like phonics, phonemic awareness, decoding, encoding, and writing. So when we talk about ELA, it stands for each of these elements, and you'll see these in some of the next slides and the curricula, both that we already have in place and those being represented in the pilot. So we can go on to the next slide. So this is what our reading curricula, our literacy program looks like now. So you will see in word study, we've made some significant changes there. For the past several years, we've been making strides to move toward a better aligned, research-based and effective reading program. And that was in 22-23 when we brought in Haggerty. You will note that that was a phonemic awareness program to fill a gap in our district. The following year, we brought in UFly Phonics. It was implemented in non-Title I buildings that lacked an explicit phonics program, something explicit, sequential, and systematic. At the grade levels 3 through 5, we implemented Morpheme Magic. Those 2 elements alone have helped us to make strides with our early readers, developing their literacy. And you'll see that in reading and writing, that curricula remains the same. It's been the same MACI units, although with significant AAPS adaptation in order to make those work for us. But we are very pleased to say that when we complete this pilot and when and if the Board of Education should approve the recommendation we bring forward, we will no longer be using MACI units of study, and we will have fully transformed into a highly effective reading program well aligned to the science of reading. So let us move to the next slide, because this is what makes it all possible. An adoption of this magnitude will cost far and above $1 million in a district of our size. So we're very lucky that for the first time since I can remember, MDE is allowing grant funding for the purchase of curricula. This is a very rare thing. So according to the 35J grants, which we will be using for this adoption, and it will pay for not only the pilot, but the full adoption of this program, we must be providing professional learning for all PK through grade 5 teachers, which is ongoing in our district. We must provide training for our administrators and our coaches. We must complement any existing efforts that are in place to improve literacy. We must develop and improve a comprehensive system. So if you think back to the slide we just saw, we're looking for a system that's coherent, one that serves our students well. We must adopt a valid screening tool, which is a part of the process that we will be undertaking together, as determined by MDE. They've not yet released their list to us to identify any gaps. And our literacy curriculum, in order to be eligible, must be aligned to the science of reading, and both in the pilot are well aligned. So we're pretty proud that none of the expenses related to the pilot or the adoption will hit the general fund, which definitely supports the work we need to do. Moving on to the next. Here you'll see a very simple view of where we are in the pilot timeline. We conducted the review process to make curricular selections and do our research between April and May of last year. The pilot has been going on since the fall. Training started in the summer and into August as staff came back. The adoption recommendation we anticipate we will have ready to bring forward at the end of February. And then we anticipate, should the board accept the recommendation and allow us to adopt it, that we would fully implement that during the 25-26 school year. And next slide. So work of this magnitude absolutely requires us to work with experts. It's how we ensure that we're on a path that will set us up for the next potential decade. In order to get this work right, we enlisted the support from our partners at Student Achievement Partners, or SAP. We've been working very closely with Carrie Swanson, the director, and Tina Starks, the specialist in literacy. Not only have they helped us with the vetting of curriculum, but they've also helped facilitate the entire pilot process. This is really important for us, that we have an objective third party assisting in the facilitation. You may recall that when we conducted our Algebra 1, our Geometry and Algebra 2 adoptions, we had the same process in place where we used an objective third party to help facilitate. This is key to us. It's important to engage experts outside of the Ann Arbor Public Schools. It's also very important that we have an effective process in place. The folks from Student Achievement Partners have conducted and facilitated achievement research and curriculum adoption processes across the nation. In this way, we can ensure, by having a third-party facilitator, that all the voices who are engaged in the pilot process, the selection process, and eventually the recommendation, that all the voices are heard, not just those who are loudest, or not just the voices from people in positions of power, but from the practitioners, centering them, centering students, and of course, hearing from our families. So you'll see in this update that all of those elements are a part of the data we collect. And as we move to the next slide, I'm going to ask Kristen Smith, our ELA coordinator for our District K-5, to share a little more about the review committee. Kristen?
Thank you so much. In April of 2024, we convened a committee of 19 AAPS teachers, literacy coaches, a principal, a community member, and representation of the special populations of MTSS. The goal of this review team was to analyze top curriculums to make a recommendation. You can go ahead. A comprehensive rubric was used by the committee to identify and select criteria within each set of curriculum materials. The first section of the rubric focused on criteria that align with grade level instruction. Grade level criteria support examination of materials to ensure alignment to the shifts and the major features of the Common Core state standards, that all students have access to rigorous grade level text and content. The second section of the rubric used focused on criteria that center and affirm students. Criteria to center and affirm students supports the development of students' identities and empathy for others. The criteria also supports the development and application of critical thinking and consciousness, including opportunities for students to interrogate and analyze inequities. The next slide. The rubric and review process used by the committee also helped to ensure that instructional materials being recommended for a pilot demonstrated all of the components or strands that work together to form what Hollis Scarborough, a psychologist and literacy expert, call skilled reading. Skilled reading happens when students are able to read text fluently while simultaneously comprehending it. There are two main strands, language comprehension and word recognition, that are woven together. Each main strand consists of smaller strands that represent reading skills, and explicit instruction is required in each of these areas. Next slide, please. The committee arrived at the recommendation to pilot 2 sets of curriculum materials this past fall. We'll now provide a very brief overview of each. Bookworms is a comprehensive curriculum, which means it includes all components of daily literacy education. Wit and Wisdom is a core reading and writing program. In addition to the daily lessons provided by Wit and Wisdom, classrooms would continue to teach foundational skills, utilizing existing curricular tools like Heggerty, UFly Foundations, Morphe Magic, and Foundations. Teachers also plan and teach differentiated small group lessons to meet the diverse needs of their students. Next slide, please. Though we are piloting 2 different sets of curricular materials, the pilot process has highlighted that both Bookworms and Wit and Wisdom have a great deal in common. Both Bookworms and Wit and Wisdom are knowledge building. They provide students with the opportunity to learn reading and writing through the exploration of knowledge building topics like insects, animals, or the historical experiences of Indigenous people, and many other topics. Both curricular materials provide students with the opportunity to read high-quality grade-level texts, and students in both pilots have enjoyed read-alouds and independent opportunities. Bookworms and Wit and Wisdom teach reading and writing skills. These subjects are integrated as students learn the writing process by sharing ideas and evidence from the books that they are reading. Both ELA pilot tools teach reading and writing core standards, and they are both research-based. Bookworms and Wit and Wisdom have been implemented both locally and nationally, so we will have a network of schools and teachers to learn from in the future. Explicit vocabulary instruction is a key component in both Bookworms and Wit and Wisdom. There are also some differences between these high-quality resources in the way in which they're structured. Bookworms is taught through 3 45-minute instructional blocks, a shared reading block, an ELA block, and a differentiated instruction block. During the shared reading block, students are taught phonics and phonemic awareness skills that are then reinforced in small group during the differentiated instruction block. This means that when using Bookworms, we do not use additional curricular tools like Heggerty, UFly, or Foundations for phonics instruction. The 45-minute differentiated instruction block includes small group instruction that differentiates phonics instruction into 3 15-minute small groups for students of varying skill levels. In Wit and Wisdom, students explore fine art, text to deepen their understanding of topics. Wit and Wisdom lessons are taught in 1 block of instruction. And Wit and Wisdom is not a foundational skills curricular tool. This means that phonics and phonemic awareness are taught using an additional curricular tool like Heggerty, UFly, and Foundations. Next. As mentioned in the previous slide, both curriculums afford every student access to focused, close communal reading of content-rich, complex texts. Here's a snapshot of some of the texts featured in Bookworms and Wit and Wisdom. You may even notice overlap in titles across the curriculums. Next slide, please. After pilot curriculums were selected by the review committee in April 2024, we began the process of identifying teachers interested in piloting. The pilot was an opt-in process, and we wanted to ensure that we had representation across as many schools and grade levels as possible. We had 100 teachers and literacy coaches that opted into the pilot. 18 schools and all grade levels K through 5 were represented. These 100 pilot participants attended their first professional learning session in May 2024, and then continued with additional training upon their return in August. From August 2024 through January 2025, our pilot teachers have engaged in ongoing professional learning, opportunities for collaboration, and data collection. In February, we will bring a recommendation to the board based on the final data synthesis of all data points collected through the process. Pending board approval, our first professional learning session with all of our teachers as an introduction to the selected curriculum materials will be held in May 2025. Next, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our pilot teachers and coaches have demonstrated an incredible level of dedication and hard work throughout the pilot. Their commitment to their craft and to the literacy needs of our students has been nothing less of extraordinary, and we are deeply grateful to each and every educator who participated. On the screen, you will note the schools and grade levels involved in the pilot. One key ingredient to the success of the pilot process was the ongoing professional learning and support our pilot teachers received. I would now like to invite Emily Work, a building literacy coach at Abbott Elementary, who's also been a very integral part of the pilot at both the district and building level, to share a bit more about what this support looked like for our pilot teachers.
So as Kristen mentioned, a real highlight of this process has been the opportunity to collaborate as a team, pilot teachers, and building literacy coaches. During the ELA curriculum pilot, BLCs have developed structures to support weekly meetings of professional learning communities of pilot teachers in their school building. PLC meetings, as they've been called, include opportunities to collaborate and support the needs of pilot teachers and students. Some of the activities in PLC meetings have included pilot data sharing, student work analysis, instructional norming, co-planning, differentiating instruction, and analyzing some of those complex texts that Kristen highlighted. In some buildings, like my own, these meetings have also served as an opportunity to include OSE, Title I, and EL teachers in instructional planning. In addition to weekly PLCs, most BLCs, yes, lots of letters, have supported pilot teachers with weekly co-teaching of ELA pilot materials. When co-teaching, BLCs push into classrooms to lead components of lessons, support small groups, or co-lead full lessons with a pilot classroom teacher. BLCs have also developed ELA pilot professional learning sessions for each curricular tool. In these sessions, pilot teachers have honed in on particular challenges of each tool or collaborated with grade level colleagues across the district to identify strategies, adaptations, or ways to enhance their students' learning experiences. And now I think I'll pass it on to Will to talk a little bit more about our principal's experience with the pilot.
So before Will goes on, thank you, Mr. Wright. As instructional leaders, it was really critically important to make sure that our leaders are staying current with the science of reading and literacy. And so we have carved out dedicated professional learning time during our elementary council meetings for our leaders to also learn about the practice of literacy and science of reading. And so Mr. Wright, Principal of Logan Elementary, and Mrs. Smith has led us in this foundational work. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Ms. Halston. Yeah, so as you heard, I've been really fortunate to work alongside Ms. Halston and Ms. Smith to facilitate a 6-part series for our elementary principals. And as you heard, we think it's really important for our building leaders to serve as instructional leaders. And so to be part of this work and to engage in learning has been really great. And I'm really grateful to have been part of this and be part of this experience. So you'll see here, this is just on this slide, you'll see kind of a rough outline of what we've been focused on in our sessions together. We meet monthly, as you heard, working in our elementary council meetings. I'm just going to give you kind of a very broad overview of the kind of topics that we've covered. So we began in October, and in our first session, we began with the why. And in this session, we just asked and answered the question, why do materials matter? That's been a really important part of this process of examining the materials that teachers have access to and its influence on instruction and literacy learning in our classrooms. And so we began with our why before moving into our second session, which was in November, when we talked about text complexity. And you heard earlier about the importance of access to complex and challenging texts for our students. And we looked at the impact of giving kids access to these sorts of texts on learning. And so that was our second session together. And then we moved into our third session when we looked at questions and tasks, the sorts of things that kids are asked to do when engaging with text. And so we learned about what we call text-dependent questions. And here we're getting at the sorts of questions that kids ask or that teachers ask about text have to be dependent on the text that they're reading and engaged in those complex texts. And a really fun part of this session was as we engage in some learning around it, we also had the opportunity to look at our curriculum resources and look at the sorts of questions and tasks that our current curriculum materials ask kids to engage in and compare those to both the bookworms and wit and wisdom. And there's some really great conversations among our leaders around the types of tasks that kids are asked to do. That's where we've been so far. Those are our first 3 sessions. As I said, there's 6 sessions total. And so we've got three more to come. Our next one actually will be in February. You heard from Ms. Smith that both of these curricula materials are knowledge building. And so we'll look at the importance of knowledge building through an ELA curriculum in our next session. We'll follow that up with a session dedicated entirely to foundational skills. And so looking at, you heard mention of these, but print concepts, phonological awareness, phonics and word recognition, and fluency, and how those are integrated into instruction in both of these options. And then for our final session, we'll take a critical lens to look at curriculum materials, and you heard mention of it and the importance of selecting materials, but we want materials that help kids learn both about themselves and about others. And so we want to look at the ways that the materials that our teachers have access to help support that learning in our classrooms. And so that's a really kind of broad overview of the work that we've done together and plan to do. If you click to the next slide, you'll see just some kind of quotes from my colleagues who've been engaged in this work. After each session, we solicit some input to just guide our next steps. It's been really well received. Our elementary principals love talking about instruction and learning. And so having the opportunity to engage in this work has been really great. And you'll just see some of the feedback that we've gotten so far. And so that is just a kind of quick snapshot of the work that we're doing at our leadership level. I think I hand it off to Dawn from here.
Sure do. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. We appreciate you. On the next slide, you're going to see a little bit of the engagement that's taken place both with caregivers and with our students. It began for our caregivers who have children in pilot classrooms. They receive specific information in curriculum night presentations about what students would be doing and engaging in during the pilot. There have been regular updates throughout with our caregivers. You can also see that caregivers were given a pretty extensive survey. This survey really focused on sharing their experiences, what they note about students when they come home, what are they talking about, what kind of things do they raise, what have they noticed about their children's reading and writing during the school year. So this couple slides after this will show you some of that feedback. Of course, during conferences, these things are also discussed in depth and in addition, the individual progress that each student is making. On the student side, teachers were regularly getting feedback from students throughout the process, but there were formal student interviews that took place, and our teachers engaged in student work analysis and will continue to do so during our data synthesis, really looking at the progress that students are making in each of these areas. with both curricula. So finally, the step that I mentioned earlier is pending board approval. We would host some community meetings to introduce the new curriculum, whichever one it will be, and engage with all families in how they can continue to be a part of our learning throughout the implementation. I will also add that a step in between the recommendation coming to the board is circling back to our 100 pilot teachers and providing some Q&A for them to really express their thinking, their thoughts about the recommendation, and help us to enrich it. That's really important. They've all worked extremely hard, as Kristen thanked each one of those 100 folks. It's pretty impressive. So on the next two slides, you'll see just a snippet of a couple of caregiver quotes. I won't read these to you. I'll give you just a second to see some of what our caregivers are saying. This is a response about a student taking part in the bookworms pilot. So you can see this parent is noticing more fluency after just a couple of months. The student coming home to talk about what she's been reading about, in this case, the Hopi people, and asking for more, which is always a really good sign when students are inspired to read and explore more, and also noting the vocabulary that the student is learning. And on the next slide, you'll see a response about a pilot wit and wisdom student coming home, saying they're talking a lot about what they're reading in class, meaning that the text and the complexity is such that it is enthralling to our students. It's a big change from where we had been in the past. Talking about essential meaning and all the progress they are noting in reading and writing. So before I hand this back to Kristen, who will take us through this next slide, I need to pause and just recognize the incredible work of Kristen Smith as the leader of this pilot process from soup to nuts. She is a rare gem, and she is not only highly organized and a brilliant human being, but she really cares about our people, our students, our teachers. She cares about what they need. She's highly responsive, and she's incredibly knowledgeable. She is continuously reading, and she runs marathons in between. I don't know how she does it. So I really do just want to recognize and thank Kristen Smith for all of her leadership. So Kristen, take it away.
Thank you so much for those kind words. And I hope everyone hears through this overview today that while I've definitely been a big part of the pilot process, we would be nowhere without our teachers and our coaches and our principals. So really a huge thank you to so many people for where we are today and the implementation steps that are to come. All right, as we kind of come closer to the end of our overview, we wanted to make sure that we provided information about the type of data collection that has been happening during our pilot process. The first opportunity to collect data was given to our pilot teachers and the supporting building literacy coaches prior to the start of the pilot in an educator background perception survey. And this was meant to gather data around the confidence that teachers had in various areas of instruction and their perspectives on the current K-5 literacy curriculum that we had. This was then meant to inform and help us gather information about educators' roles and experiences with literacy curriculum to support the instructional materials adoption process. Pilot implementation surveys were collected 3 times throughout the pilot in the months of September, November, and December. And these surveys were given to help us better understand the experience and implementation of the teachers using the materials from both literacy coaches and teachers as they put these materials into practice. We then conducted learning walks in the month of November and visited 63 pilot classrooms throughout our district. The learning walks generated data to understand how well each curriculum aligned with our AAPS instructional priorities. In December, student work analyses and interviews were conducted. These helped us to generate data in understanding how well curriculum tasks were aligned with instructional priorities and how they supported students from differing ability levels. The interviews that were given to students allowed for student voice and perspective on their reading and writing experiences in the classroom. And finally, a caregiver survey was provided to families in January, which helped us to generate data to understand what families have seen and heard about their child's reading and writing experiences in a pilot classroom. Next slide, please. The 3 pilot implementation surveys taken by our teachers helped us to generate data to better understand the experience of implementation from this perspective of our teachers and literacy coaches who are putting those materials into practice. We wanted to capture a few quotes from our pilot teachers across several of our grade levels so they could share their experience with using high quality materials with students. So over the course of the next few slides, we will see some responses from our pilot teachers when asked, what has your experience been with using high quality instructional materials during the pilot? So we'll flip through the next 5 slides with just a couple moments of pause to take in the words of our teachers. If we could flip to the next slide.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we go back just for a second? Thank you. So in summary, if you had a chance to read the quotes or at least take some of the bolded statements, we see highlights across both curriculums, including joyful and inclusive learning opportunities, increased rigor in instruction, resulting in critical thinking and deep discussion, and opportunities for deep engagement and knowledge building.
Thank you very much, Kristen. This is the last slide. And before we take this one through these next steps, I'll pause here and thank Emily Wark, and I'll thank Will Wright for their leadership throughout the pilot process. If you're not aware, these 2 individuals are just simply the best. They are highly motivated. Mr. Wright represents just the highest level of instructional leadership that I know, and Emily, of course, is among our BLCs and our teachers the most highly respected human. So thank you, all of you, for being here tonight for this presentation and for all the work that you have done leading up to it. And our next steps, we'll be sharing a final report from the Student Achievement Partners, the group that has been helping us with the synthesis of all the data and facilitating our process. We'll share with you a little bit more about what's going to be happening over the next week or so, but together there will be data synthesis happening for 2 days among the review teams. So it's a lot of hard work that's going to take place. I think people, their brain cells are probably going to be pretty tired, but their job is to pull this all together to help them shape all of what they've learned into a recommendation, which you can imagine can be pretty tough when you have 2 high quality options in front of you. So finally, we'll bring that recommendation to you. We anticipate it'll be ready by the end of February. So whenever we make it to that point in the board schedule, we will be ready. So we'll end this evening by just saying we hope that this has served to strengthen the faith that you have in the process and the recommendation that will be coming your way. And all of these folks are here for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I know, do we have, we do? Not something to look up? Okay. So we'll begin taking questions if that's okay, Ms. Linden. The first hand I saw was Trustee Muhammad.
Yeah, thank you for sharing this. And obviously, this is important because we're seeing an impact on achievement, especially on literacy, statewide and nationwide, so we have to do something. So I have just a few questions. Sure. One is, I see a lot of, it's important to get feedback through surveys, so that's going to give us some subjective data. But what objective data is being looked at and assessed. So like, how is it, are we looking at how is it impacting or helping with student achievement and assessment scores? So is that something that's going to be shared in the report, especially looking at pre and post implementation, because then you can kind of see the growth of the student. And especially, you know, in the end of the day, we look at, you know, how the student is doing overall. And then would it be broken down, you know, based on, and again, what would help to know the number of students that are included, but will it be broken down based on, you know, race, special student disabilities, English learner, things like that? Because obviously these are the groups that, based on the recent, you know, MSTEP scores, they need the most support. So it's important to see, does that help them also grow? So how is the objective data going to be looked at?
Very good question. If you allow me to, I will reinforce everything that you just asked, because it's near and dear to our hearts. We want a curriculum that works for our students, particularly students who've been marginalized by our system. So it's a big part of what we are looking out for. It's a major reason why the pilot is so extensive and so large. Primarily, you don't see them this large, but it's been important to us to have Title I and non-Title I and very diverse classrooms as a part of it. So I will say on the objective side, student work analysis is pretty objective. There are set criteria, so that's a big part of what I know Kristen and Emily have been busy working at. We do have our fall to winter NWEA. Our winter NWEA session ends on February 13th. And we always look at that growth between that short period of time by demographics. So we will be able to look at that. But I will turn this back to Kristen, because I know there are other things you might want to highlight. Kristen.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think definitely student work analysis has been a really important part of the process, especially in looking at students of differing ability levels and their access to the culminating tasks and things that are being done within each set of curriculum materials. In addition to NWEA, we also have our diagnostic assessments that are given one-on-one in classrooms, like a phonics reading and spelling survey. We assess for fluency and phonemic awareness as well. So those are some of the data points that are considered as teachers are also reflecting on growth that they're seeing with students in their classrooms.
And just a quick, is that data going to be shared when you're presenting, or is that considered when there's a recommendation moving forward?
We will share data summaries with you. Absolutely.
Okay.
All the rationale for that recommendation will be important. You bet.
Trustee Wilkins.
I had one, it might have been addressed, but I'm not sure. How were the pilot teachers chosen for this? Or did they volunteer?
They did.
Some of them voluntold? Or
No, they all volunteered, which is a real testament to our teachers and to their desire to see an improvement.
It sure is. And my other question, there was something mentioned early on in the presentation about multilingualism. I wondered how that was incorporated into just at a really high level. I don't need nitty-gritty details, but.
Kristen, you want to take that one?
Sure. So that was one of the criteria on the rubric that was used during the curriculum review process. So as part of the curriculum review, those 19 people that gathered together over the course of 3 days to review different curriculum materials, we first engaged in some professional learning. So multilingualism was something that we talked about as a group and made sure that we all had some background knowledge on. And then as part of the review process, we looked through the materials from the different curriculums that we were comparing and using criteria and look-fors and indicators on the rubric. We looked for examples of those things within the curriculum and whether or not the curriculum had supporting materials that would help our students that may be entering classrooms as second language learners. So that was a big part of our review process in determining that Bookworms and Wit and Wisdom showed evidence of that and has been something that we've continued to gather feedback around from teachers that are implementing in classrooms with students that speak more than one language.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I saw Trustee Wilkinson's hand.
Yeah, quick question with two curriculums that are, very highly regarded. Is there any opportunity to get feedback from districts that have fully implemented these and are in year 2, 3
Absolutely.
implementation?
Yeah, that's been an ongoing process for us as we've been digging in. I know that Kristen and others, including me, have been reaching out and saying, what have you noticed about this? Have you seen the same things we're seeing? And we've been really in-depth talking about challenges and strengths. And Kristen, would you add, or you or Emily add anything?
No, just that we've been collaborating with districts on that are using both sets of curriculum materials, as Dawn mentioned, to just learn about the successes and then things that we'll need to consider for full-scale implementation with either one. We also will hope to do some learning walks in districts that are using the curriculum materials that we select so that we can bring some of our literacy coaching team as well as leaders and some teachers to see the curriculum in action in districts that are a few steps ahead.
Great.
Thank you.
Trustee Wilkes?
Just real quick. So is the plan to select bookworms or wit and wisdom, or to use actually both?
It's to select one or the other.
And one other quick question. So I noticed on one of the slides, it mentioned student work analysis and interviews. That was conducted in December 2024, December of last year. The results of those analysis, is that going to be presented to the board in February?
Yes, the results will be summarized and they will be part of that final report and part of the recommendation that you can see.
Okay, and have you already seen some of those results? I'm curious.
I'm going to turn to Kristen and Emily.
Boiler?
Yes, so that is a piece of data that the team meeting for the 2 days for the final data synthesis, they will look at the overall trends from the data or from the student work analysis across the two curriculums, as well as what students shared about the work that they created and the things that they are enjoying about their reading and writing experience, and then maybe some of the things that they aren't. So we'll look at the high level trends, and then there will be access to the actual artifacts for those that might want to look a little bit more deeply at differing ability levels, or again, just to compare, what a first grader at the end of the first module in Wit and Wisdom works on or produces compared to a first grader that's engaged in learning in bookworms.
Great question.
Thank you.
Trustee Schmidt?
Well, this is a lot, and I'm just having a lot of joy over here. So, first of all, I really am excited whenever I hear discussions about peer coaching, the peer coaching model, when you're giving teachers time to work together, because as an old school teacher, right, that's the power in us working together and noodling through things and understanding our students. So you have peer coaches, but I hear people having a chance to work in PLCs, I think you call them, right? I'm also very excited to hear about principals, instructional leaders being informed. These programs will not happen if we don't have leaders leading the charge, and they are supposed to be our instructional leaders. I know principals get saddled with a lot, but that's a really important job. I have some specific questions here. So when I look at Bookworm, which is a more consolidated, has everything in it, right? Has the phonemic awareness work, decoding, and everything, versus Wit and Wisdom, and you have to tag on Ufly and Haggerty. What are you hearing initially from teachers? That always troubles me when I hear teachers having to balance a lot of different things that don't work together. What's your initial feedback that you're hearing about those two and the way they're set up?
Emily, would you like to speak to this since you support in a building where that has taken place?
Yeah, I think as a result of some really successful rollouts with our phonics tools, both UFly and Foundations, teachers are feeling an excitement about the possibility of continuing to use tools that they find effective, that have a great impact on student learning as well. So I think in my experience at Abbott, where our teachers are balancing the challenges of piloting both Wit and Wisdom, Foundations, and Haggerty, that hasn't been brought up as a critique. It's been mentioned as something that they see as a strength, using a tool that they feel familiar and comfortable with, in addition to using something new that they're still learning about.
So you mentioned, I heard you say foundation. So we've got Haggerty, UFly, Foundations is another one, yeah? I'm just hoping in the end that if it's a Wit and Wisdom, that we don't have all these schools doing different things. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not, to me, that's not very efficient.
I'll just double down on what you just said.
Yeah.
Trustee Schmidt, because you're spot on. What we need is a guaranteed curriculum, consistency of the resource so that we are systematic and we are explicit in our instruction. When we mention UFly and Foundations, schools don't do both. They do one or the other. When and if we shift, we'd be looking for consistency in that particular element.
Well, teachers move buildings. I mean, there's all kinds of things.
Correct.
UFly has an excellent record. I know from, just what the literature is on that one. The other question I have is that I know the Michigan Department of Ed is putting together a group of literacy experts, and they're going to be using the Reading League instrument to evaluate curriculum and making suggestions for the state. And like you said, there's this wonderful grant money that's going to be paying for this. So schools are very, very interested in finding out right away because they want to get geared up for next year. Because the laws that passed that have made all these things now be required by 2027, people are trying to get moving. And then I'm hearing, so I'm knowing that they're getting ready to do that. They're moving quickly. But then I'm hearing that we're going to hear a February recommendation, and I sort of feel like I know the team that's working on that with the state, that it makes me a little wary that we would go ahead having only piloted these two when they're doing a very comprehensive look at other curriculum materials. So are we taking into account, I mean, I don't know this partnership group you're working, I know the AIM Institute. So how do you see that all working? I just don't want to spend the kind of money we're going to spend and there's better curriculum out there that maybe we just didn't choose as our two pilots.
So I'm going to say this. The research that we did leading up to the pilot was pretty extensive. And you've mentioned Ed Reports many times to us. These are highly effective curricula as rated by Ed Reports. The rubrics that the Reading League are using are very similar to the rubrics we've used to critique.
And that's important because Ed Reports is kind of secondary. I mean,
yes.
If you can make it through the Reading League, Ed Reports should flow.
Absolutely.
But by itself is not a good indicator only.
Right.
I mean,
and that is definitely not our only.
Okay.
Absolutely not. And I think earlier we shared some rubrics of the tools that we are using, so we'd be happy to share those in the recommendation as well.
Yeah. And do you see decodable text books that give kids lots of practice in both of these programs? Okay. And then letters training. How are you using the state offered letters training? That stands for language, count me out here, teachers of reading and spelling. Literacy instruction for teachers of reading and spelling. Is that part of the professional underpinnings of what people are getting? What are we doing there?
So teachers that opted into the pilot, one of the criteria when considering to be a part of it was to have completed letters or be currently participating. Our literacy coaching team has all participated in or completed the letters program, and we are the team that often plans the professional learning that teachers will engage in. And then across our district with elementary, we currently have 180 teachers that are participating through MDE. And then myself and a few of our other literacy coaches have gone through facilitator training and have started leading local in-person cohorts here in AAPS. So the knowledge that we're gaining from letters is used as we try to help teachers connect that foundational understanding and research to the materials that they're using with their students. So we're working really hard in professional learning to help bridge the why behind the approaches that we take with the instructional materials.
You said the buzzword I wanted to hear, which was bridge. Because really, a lot of people are taking a lot of this training across the country. They can't bridge it to practice. And that's where the breakdown is, right? Okay, I have only one more question and then I'll stop. Because I know I get a little excited about this. But this is huge. This is so big. I don't know if we all are taking this in, but this gives children access to the curriculum. If a child cannot read and cannot put their ideas down on paper and spell and write, and then we see our scores and we know it has a more difficult impact on people that can't afford to get tutors and all that sort of thing. So I guess my last pitch, not so much a question about this, is that as we go forward with this, and we know that this is the first level of instruction students get, we have to continue to really focus on students that we know exist that have characteristics of dyslexia, and we have to make sure that we are focused in on our special ed teachers that are handling some of the most difficult cases. And so I'm going to, once again, I've talked to Ms. Linden and Ms. Lewis, and they know where I'm at on this, but, you know, we as a board really need to support this. And the great thing is there's money available. All these things, there's money available. And we don't know year to year, though, if it'll be available next year, but there is training, and I hope we continue getting our teachers trained so that they can deal with our kids that are struggling the most.
We have a very systematic path to ensure that gets done.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree with you. Thank you.
This is wonderful.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, trustee? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Linden and your team. We greatly appreciate all of your hard work. Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
I believe that brings us down to number 13, first briefing, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Parks.
Okay, at this time, we have our capital programs team coming forward with 4 items for trustees this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. Good evening, trustees and Ann Arbor community. The AAPS Capital Program appreciates the opportunity to review several important first briefing items with you this evening. Professional service contracts for both ongoing facility infrastructure and improvement needs, as well as Part 3 trade contracts for the construction of new Mitchell Elementary School, all for your consideration. On behalf of the architects, engineers, consultants, and construction managers who help us prepare and evaluate each of our public bids, Stephanie Corona, our project executive and owner's representative, will walk us through these recommendations and briefly introduce the public procurement process for us here. So, Stephanie.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Parks, and Ann Arbor community. I wanted to go briefly through what the procurement process was for those who are unfamiliar with that process. We put out, and I say Ann Arbor Schools, puts out a formal procurement process of which it is publicly advertised on a state website and also locally. Public bids are out for a minimum of 2 weeks to allow bidders to respond to them. After we receive, and they're sealed, we cannot see them. Nobody can see them or open them until the bid due date and time, of which there's a Zoom meeting or a Teams meeting, but it's virtual, where anybody from the public can view the opening of the bids. So when they're opened, everybody sees it at the same time. And that is also the procurement department for Ann Arbor Public Schools is also in attendance for that. The bids are reviewed, as Mr. Bing noted, by our architects, construction managers, and consultants for completeness of scope. and to make sure they're able to perform the work. All bidders are required to provide a payment and performance bond for anything over $50,000. That's a requirement. And that's basically to protect the district, to make sure that they perform the job and that they pay all their vendors and their suppliers and their contractors. So that's important. Every single trade contractor we bring to you over $50,000 has a payment and performance bond. We then will make a recommendation and bring that on their behalf. You'll start seeing them come to the bond committee meetings and making the presentation to them. Some of our construction managers were not available. Basically, we've been going too late at night. So we've been coming. But we bring it to bond committee for their review. They ask questions, ask for any follow-up information, and then it comes for first briefing, for your review, and then obviously second briefing, and then approval. After that, we would then give notice of award to our contractors, and then we would go ahead and our construction managers would issue a contract or a purchase order on behalf of the district.
Questions on that?
I have one quick question. Is there a minimum number of bidders that we require?
No, there isn't. It's public. So we invite a lot, but it's very busy out there. So we always strive for three, a minimum of three. There are some that you're just only going to get one, and one of them is geothermal. There's only one person that does it in the tri-state area. We have tried to coerce others to come to our state. They're too busy in their state. They don't want to come. So we keep working with the city of Ann Arbor and University of Michigan to try to get another company to come in, because between Ann Arbor Schools, City of Ann Arbor, and University of Michigan, we all have geothermal goals. So we're all working with the same person. But we do have our consultants check their numbers and make sure that they are still at a competitive rate. So, but yes, we try. Elevators, we might get 1 to 2. There's only 3 that do it. So some trades we're only going to get 1 or 2. It's just there isn't enough out there. So, but painting, we'll get like 7.
Thank you. Anything else?
So leading into that, I'd like to bring forward the Huron High School pool scoreboards. Now, we had already previously brought Pioneer and Skyline, but we wanted to wait on Huron because we also need to do LED lighting upgrades to the pool and sound system. We wanted to make sure that those things didn't tie in, or that we weren't buying something that would be obsolete when we go to do the upgrades. We found out from our consultants and our architects and engineers that it isn't. They're 2 separate systems, and we can go ahead and move forward with getting that Huron pool scoreboard also ordered. Same exact price as the other 2. Still going through our TIPS purchasing cooperative. And I think, not sure if anybody knows what that is, but I should probably explain what the purchasing cooperative is. Okay. So TIPS purchasing cooperative is, it's basically a cooperative that is a membership only. A membership's free to K through 12 educational facilities. And basically what they do, remember that that purchasing procurement process I talked about? They do it for us. They do it for public entities. So they are going through a formal RFP or RFQ process. It is publicly bid. They go ahead and get pricing. And what that allows us to do is it lets us expedite lead times on products. It also helps school districts, multiple school districts, not to have to facilitate their own bidding process. So it actually saves us time and money by not having to go through that process.
Thank you. And this is all bond dollars?
This is all bond
Nothing
dollars.
from the general fund?
Nothing from the general fund.
Thank you.
The next item I'd like to talk about is community Community and Scarlet finishes. This is the flooring and painting. We had performed the air conditioning and lighting projects a couple years ago. We always knew we had to come back and do the flooring and painting. I think we've been talking about that for a while. We are actually went out for public bid on Community and Scarlet. We're looking to bring forward trade contracts to replace the flooring and to do painting in both of those schools. Now, this would be painting that we did not do in the air conditioning and lighting projects. We did do some painting, but most of the painting we did was in the corridors and not the classrooms. So now it's time to get into the classrooms. We're looking to put in a marmoleum flooring, not a VCT flooring. So I know everybody's looking at me like, what is marmoleum? Marmoleum is actually, well, I think you're going to put a slide up for me, aren't you?
We have a slide for that.
I got photos.
Beautiful.
So marmoleum is really a brand of linoleum, but it's really made from natural raw materials. So the thing about it is it's durable, easy to maintain, and easily repairable. So if, let's say there's a scratch on your normal vinyl tile, you'll see a black mark. That vinyl tile coloring is only on the surface. With marmoleum, it goes all the way through. So you could have a scratch, and you're not going to see the scratch. So it's much more durable. The other thing is it doesn't require stripping or resealing of the floors or chemicals that are used every single summer. All it takes is a mild cleaner and some water. So what does that mean? Significant savings to the general fund because we're not spending our time stripping and re-waxing floors all summer long, and a savings to the general fund. And it's also healthier for it's healthier materials. So those materials are made out of linseed oil, wood flour, which is a byproduct of wood, limestone, and pine resins. So we also need to do some terrazzo floor repairment.
One second, I think we got the question.
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad?
I don't know if you said this, but what's the life?
25 years.
Okay.
And compared to linoleum or whatever we would have used?
When it chips, and then you got to replace it.
Okay, I just...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, 7 to 15 years.
Thank you.
With the recommendation, we're also recommending terrazzo flooring. So for those who don't know, Community High School has the original terrazzo floors from the original building. They still look good. They need a little love, and that's why we're going to do a little repair work to them. But those are meant to outlive all of us. So yeah, and there's only 2 people that do that in the area.
Okay.
We would call them artisans because they truly are.
Well,
Any questions? Okay, great. The next item I'd like to talk about is the Slauson Middle School pool demolition.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
question.
I had a question about the painting.
Yes.
It was just, I was curious that there were different vendors chosen to do the different paint jobs.
Yes, we're looking to do these at the same time, and we did not want to tax one painter to do that big of a job.
Okay.
Reality is they can't.
Okay.
So we did split up the bids to make sure that we could share the wealth and also to make sure that we could get the job done.
Perfect. Thank you.
And again, bond dollars?
Bond dollars.
Thank you.
One other question. Are these bids labor and materials?
They are labor and material.
Okay.
Yes. The next item is the Slauson Middle School pool building demolition. This would be the first phase of our major renovation for Slauson Middle School. Right now, the pool is not in use. The building is in very bad shape, and we're looking to demo the building and put the new addition on top of those foundations. Happens to work out. So we need to start that demolition. It'll start this spring. The area will be fenced off, and it will be completely isolated from what's happening with school operations. The good thing about, for those aren't familiar with Slauson, that pool building is truly a separate pool building from the building. So it is completely separated off from the rest of the school, so, with a corridor. We did go out for public bid, so we're looking for, there is some earthwork and site prep, the demolition. We do have to do disconnects on all the equipment. There's a lot of pool mechanical and electrical equipment, and then also making sure that we have the safety fencing. When we disconnect electrical, we're also going to have to disconnect the fire alarm and rework the fire alarm a little bit so it doesn't think that the building got cut off. And so we'll have to make some adjustments to the fire alarm system.
Do you know what the timeline is for that?
Yes, demolition will occur depending on weather. Will probably occur starting in late April and then go on through the summer.
And that's bond dollars.
Those are all bond dollars.
Thank you.
And our last item is the new Mitchell Elementary School. And this is part 3. The other parts included pretty much everything on the inside. It was everything, flooring, painting, food service equipment, the structure, everything else. The last part that we're looking at, one of the last parts is all of our plumbing, electrical, heating. Now, we did go out for rebid because we wanted to break up the packages more in order to get better competitive pricing, which we did. So, so one of them is the geo well drilling, and that, again, is only one bidder for that. The other portion is we have HVAC and building controls, our plumbing. We do have the interior metal studs and drywall. Before you had seen exterior framing. This is different. And then we also have the composite metal and wood panels for the exterior of the building. So we will have one more part that comes, and that is landscaping, which in signage. Those are things we do not need for like a year and a half from now. So.
Any questions on that? Mr. Schmidt?
So just for the new members and any community members that don't know this, so when you had your flow chart there, and it talks about bond review, what people have to understand is that the bond committee gets this same presentation you just saw. That's what happens. They bring it to the bond committee, and what we try to do is ask a bunch of questions, say, hey, could you add a picture to that? And that isn't clear. And we try to do the first round. So by the time they bring it to the full board, hopefully they've included some of the things that, so they're ready with some of the things we've thought to ask. And then, of course, it's up to since we govern as a body, it's up to our entire board to ask questions, further questions that we didn't think of. So that's really the role of the committee. It's not, we didn't make a decision and tell you to choose anybody or any of that. But I just wanted to explain sort of the process. So I've seen all this, but she's added some stuff because she added the picture and some things that we talked about. Like, if you could do that, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, so I do have one more slide.
Yeah, oh, good. And Susan will probably, I think she has something.
Yeah, because I was asked to bring this, and this is, what is geothermal? What is it?
That's right, that's right.
And by the way, the reason why these slides are here, because the bond committee said you may want to explain what these things are. So geothermal is actually an opportunity for us to have renewable heat and cooling for the building. So what we do is we drill boreholes down into the ground, anywhere between 350 to could be 700 feet deep. The average temperature of the earth is somewhere between 50 and 60 degrees consistently. So what that does is we go into the ground, we get that free heat, we bring it up, and we're only having to reheat a few degrees versus reheating from maybe 40 or 35 degrees. So, and then in the summertime, we really get savings because when it's 90 degrees outside, it's 50, 60 degrees in the ground. So then we get free cooling. And what that does is that liquid, that water, goes through the ground, comes back up, and goes through either a heat exchanger to reheat it just a little bit, or through the chiller to cool it down just a little bit. But we're not trying to cool it down from significant, we're just trying to do a little bit. And that's a significant savings to the general fund.
Love the term free heat.
It is.
Nothing's free.
Trustee Vasquez.
Yes, Ms. Corona, we have, and trustees, as the bids are happening, and again, things are posted on Board Doc, and people who are asking questions about the construction process. And so we've already received a question regarding geothermal and the length of time for you to do the drilling. Could you speak a little bit about the length of time to actually do the drilling and potential season? Like, can you do it now? Would you want to do it now versus a spring, fall, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, we would want to do it when there's not frost in the ground. That makes it really tough to drill. And the important thing about drilling is that think about going 350 feet in the ground with a 4 to 6 inch pipe. So you have to be very straight up and down. You can't have frost, you can't run into certain things, and you have to make sure it's perfectly straight. And every one of those bores are going to be every couple feet, or not even like every foot. And then we're going to do a whole field of them when we do it. That time process can vary depending on the size of the building. So for example, our middle schools, that drilling took approximately 2.5, 3 months to do. But we also have weather. If it's raining too much, too sloppy, too wet, you can't drill. You're just fighting mud. If it's too windy, you can't do the drill rig. So it is, can't do high winds, can't do when it's lightning. It becomes a lightning rod. So we have to work around the weather. We try to do it later in the spring when things have dried up and when some of our storms are not as prevalent. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Mr. Wilkerson?
A couple other questions. Going back to the pool demo, I noticed that the power shutoff bids were about a quarter of the other bids that were received. Are there any concerns around that?
No, because that contractor does a lot of work within our schools already and probably has the advantage of knowing how Ann Arbor Schools operates. So
okay.
I think that person's been in this building a few times.
Okay. No, that's great. And then I think it was on the Scarlet and Community Finishes. There were 3 companies that withdrew their bid. Is that pretty typical once they see they might have underbid?
We typically see that in painting and flooring. People put in a bid and throw it out there to see, hey, maybe I can do the work, or maybe didn't realize, maybe they only do carpet, but they don't do the rest of it. Maybe they don't do ceramic, so they only bid on certain parts, not the whole scope of work. So sometimes we have that situation, or they just realized, I must have made a mistake because everybody else is up here. And we figure that out. Well, we don't, but our construction managers figure that out when they're going through their scope. They go through every single drawing. Did you pick up this? Did you get this? Did you consider this? And it's during that process of vetting that we find that some people made a mistake in their bid, one that is too big for them to overcome. And in theory, if it's big enough, it could take down their company. So we don't want to see anybody go under. We would rather have you withdraw your bid and try again another day than to try to take on a project that could hurt your company in the long run. So.
Okay, thank you.
Bond dollars?
Bond dollars.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you all for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, team.
I believe that brings us down to second briefing for recommended policy changes to policy 3210 general fund balance.
Thank you, President Feaster. This item is second briefing, no changes from the first briefing, which trustees heard Mr. Demetrio in December bring forward recommended change. This policy, potential policy change, has gone through finance and governance prior to coming to first briefing in December. And so there are no changes since that presentation in December for first briefing. And this is just basically a graduated increase in the fund balance over the next few years towards that targeted 15% fund balance. So an incremental increase in each year, again, with the goal being 15% minimum.
Any questions on that, trustees? Mr. Schmidt?
I just want to say that I'm going to support this because one of the questions that I asked him, and I probably asked more than once, is, what are we seeing? We're talking about keeping our financial house in order. Is what are other districts, where are they on their fund balance? And they're way above 15. So it's important that we get ourselves in order here and not be skating so low that when we run into problems, then everything blows up. So I think it's a good thing for the board to support.
Trustee Wilkes?
Well, I have a question. Well, based on what Trustee Schmidt just said, other districts are well above 15%. Is 15% high enough for our district? Is that something to consider?
I do believe the presentation from Mr. Mitrio was 45 days of operation was around 13%, which was what was recommended.
Trustee Basket?
I think it's a very good question. The challenge is we don't want to make the goal unreasonable for us, and understand too, the team will, whether we pass this, change this policy or not, the team, I have every faith that the team has been working to, do better. It's just what this proposal does, it very clearly articulates the goals for each particular year, as you see, versus just having a range before. So in the past, we've had different ranges, but, getting to your question, Trustee Wilkes, it's just wasn't obtainable. It wasn't realistic given the circumstances. So this, again, will encourage everybody to understand where we're going, aiming to be year by year. Of course, if we exceed it, we're, feeling even better. But I think for this time, this is a reasonable goal, and of course, the board can visit, in the future about changing things.
And to piggyback on that, the range for the board was 6 to 15%, and the board felt comfortable. Many people on the board felt comfortable being close to 6%. If we had been closer to 15% last year, we probably would not have had the financial difficulties we had when we realized our budget was off balance. And so this provides us with a safeguard, so we never, hopefully never, are in a similar situation to what we were last year with our financial difficulties. Any additional questions? All right. I believe that brings us down to number 15, the consent agenda. Superintendent Parks. Or Ms. Ozinski, do you read it? Ms. Ozinski?
The items. We have adopt recommended changes to policy 3210, general fund balance, approve minutes of the 12/18/24 regular meeting, approve donations from the MEMIC Foundation for the Future of Education. We received a 2022 Ford F-150 to the Huron High School Auto Program. From Calvin Kaufman, we received rough sawn red oak boards donated to the Rec and Ed woodworking classes. And from Christiane and Nick Fletcher, we received a Rifton Pace Gate trainer and attachments donated to the Special Education Physical Therapy Department.
Awesome. Okay. Trustees, is there a motion? It's been moved to accept the consent agenda. Is there support? Support by Trustee Wilkerson.
Motion by Trustee Schmidt?
Yes, ma'am.
And no one would like to remove an item?
No one has made that request.
And the second was from?
Trustee Wilkerson.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion, trustees? May we have a roll call, please, Ms. Ozinski?
Trustee Schmidt. Trustee Mohammed. President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes,
Yes.
Trustee Basket,
Yes.
and Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Sorry, just 1 second. 7-0. Okay. Um, that brings us down to board action. Item A is to recess to close session for the purpose of attorney-client privilege and negotiations. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Basket,
Second.
support by Trustee Wilkes. Any discussion? Ms. Osinski, please.
Trustee Schmidt,
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad,
Yes.
President Feaster,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes,
Yes.
Trustee Basket,
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, we will go into recess and we will return a little later. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. I now call this meeting of the Board of Education back to order. By my time, it is 11:58. We need to determine if we're going to move forward. Is there a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes?
I move.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt. Is there support?
I second.
Support by Trustee Wilkes. All in favor by voice vote, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Is there a motion to go back into recess?
Yeah. Dave said yes. He said, Dave said,
Oh, we didn't come out of it. We just walked down.
yes, Dave said.
So do we need?
So is there a motion to go back into recess?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt. Is there support?
I second.
Second by Trustee Wilkes. All in favor to go back into recess, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're recessed at 11:59. action, and there should be a B there to add.
No. 19A.
Refresh.
Oh, are we going to vote another closed session?
I thought we were, yes.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure where we were adding that, so I didn't add it yet. I'm so sorry.
Well,
But I can add it.
So that 16B is a new agenda item. Is that where I'm?
I will just move that down to where we are.
All right. All right. Is there a motion to add a closed session to our next regular meeting on February 12th?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Basket. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Yes.
Sorry, President Feaser. Are we talking about doing the closed session at the beginning, before the meeting, regular meeting, or afterwards?
Assuming everyone can meet before, we'll do before. I'll reach out to confirm that. But yes.
Thank you. That'd be my preference.
We just need to note it in the motion, though.
Or
Okay, so as of now, before. So is that part of your motion, Trustee Basket?
Yes, but is it easier to, I know we have to give you something, so do we put like before or after so that it'll still be valid in case we have to change time?
Closed session, I don't,
Dave?
do we have to note the exact time? of the
Can
closed
I just
session?
move that we add a closed session before or after our regular meeting?
Or is it going to be during? Do you have to come back out and vote?
Good point.
So can everybody do 6 on that day?
12.
12.
When is our photographer? Wasn't there a
Oh,
photographer?
we got the photographer.
So the photographer is actually.
Oh, the photographer is
I'm sorry. We just had a time change
That's
with
right.
that. That will be the 26th, the meeting on the 26th of February.
My hair is getting better every week.
6 o'clock. Let's do
So the
friendly amendments, 6 o'clock.
Yes, thank you.
You accept that?
Accept that, yes, thank you.
Is
6
this just if
p.m.
we need it, or is this we definitely we already know we need it?
We need it.
Negotiations, is it negotiations and attorney client? Okay.
All right. Any additional discussion?
And it was Basket
And Schmidt.
and Schmidt, thank you.
Seeing none, can we do it by roll call or voice?
We have to roll call.
Roll call. Okay.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
It is now 12:28. Is there a motion to extend the meeting 10 additional minutes?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Wilkerson,
Second.
support by Trustee Wilkes. Any additional discussion? Can I voice vote this one? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. All right, that brings us down to number.
It's going to be item D.
Items C, okay. Items 19C, excuse me. Approve Quad A tentative agreement. Do we need any additional information from Superintendent, or are we good to go?
Ms. Langford, anything to add to this tentative agreement?
Quad A.
Agreement. Sorry. I just wanted to publicly state that what we're asking you to vote for is a 1.5% salary increase that would be retroactive to July of last year, as well as step increases for all eligible employees and step increases going into next year.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt, moved by Trustee Basket, supported by Trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us down to letter D, approve ASME TSP tentative agreement. Please.
Yep, so just highlighting some of the things on that agreement. Again, 1.5% salary increase retro to last year. Step increases for all eligible employees for the past year as well as going into next year. And then one other difference with them is that we are reinstating their 2.5 furlough days that they previously had.
Thank you so much. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by trustee Wilkes, supported by trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Seeing none. Sosinski, please.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I believe that brings it down to letter E, approval of the AAEA tentative agreement. Is there anything to add on that one, ma'am?
Again, I would just highlight the 1.5% salary increase retro to July 1st, the step increases for this past year as well as going into next year. We did change the elementary start time, moving it forward 5 minutes, and that allowed for about a $600,000 savings in transportation cost. We increased cash in lieu from $2,000 to $3,000 per year, and then both parties agreed on a joint statement that I know you heard earlier.
And that 600,000 affects the general fund positively?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, seeing none.
We need a motion.
Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by trustee Wilkins, supported by trustee Wilkerson.
Trustee, I'm sorry. Which?
Trustee Wilkins.
Wilkins, thank you.
Wilkerson.
Thank you.
Yes.
We're going to give you guys nicknames. D-Dub and L-Dub.
Does anybody want to change your name?
G-Dub. We're going to give you guys some nicknames.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Osinski, please.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that brings us down to number 20, item for agenda planning. Trustees, are there any items for agenda planning? See.
I would hope that once you have put together the committee's president, that that there would be the governance committee could take up the topic of how we handle public commentary.
Thank you so much.
Make it more efficient.
Noted. Anything additional?
I would just like to piggyback on what Trustee Schmidt just said. I think I mentioned, well, yeah, it's something that's been swirling around in my head, and I think that we definitely need to revisit that in terms of being more efficient.
Thank you so much. Trustee Basquette, you have something?
I was just going to say, I think we had a to-do list from the
already
governance committee from the previous year, so I think we've got a good start, and that was definitely on the list, so thank you, trustees.
Thank you. If there's nothing additional, that brings us down to number 21, items from the board. Would trustees have anything they would like to share? Trustee
I
Schmidt.
really want to welcome the new members. I feel a good vibe with you new people. It's going to be fun serving with you. And I guess the one thing I want on the record is that I know that we are victims of what money we get from the state. And so I will continue to work, and I hope you all join me through our professional organization to have a loud voice at the Capitol, to continue to demand adequate funding for our schools. And I'll work on it on a personal level too, just trying to get funding for certain things, like whether it be for curriculum materials or whatever, that will give some relief to our general fund. And I hope to reach out to the union leadership to see if there's some way that, you know, I can at least partner to help them become active doing that, because we all need to have our voices talking to the Capitol and the legislators about this.
Thank you, Trustee Schmidt. Anything else, trustees? Seeing none, welcome. Thank you all for being here today, the new trustees. I'm glad to have you all here. Moving on to number 22, Ms. Osinski, is there anything left undone?
We are good.
May I have a motion to adjourn by voice vote?
I move. I so move.
I second.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Wilkes. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned at 12:35 a.m.